We will be getting started shortly. We're just allowing all the individuals who are in the wait room to join, and we will be starting shortly. Thank you for joining us this morning. I'm just going to wait one moment as additional members of the public join the meeting from the wait room, and I'll get started shortly. Very well, good morning. Welcome to all members of the public. Today is Tuesday, October 20th, 2020. It is 9:30 a.m. This is a special meeting of the Los Angeles Board of Police Commissioners. Madam Secretary, will you please call the roll?
Good morning, Commissioner Decker.
Here.
Commissioner Goldsmith, absent. Commissioner Bonner. Commissioner Bonner's present. Commissioner Kalanche.
Present.
Thank you. Commissioner Silveroff.
Here.
Let the record reflect that we have a quorum. Also present, we have the Chief of Police, the Executive Director, the Inspector General, and the City Attorney. Madam President.
Thank you very much. And I see we lost Commissioner Bonner. I assume he is logging back in. He lost his connection momentarily. He is here, he is present. And if there's any difficulty, Mr. Tiefank, if you could assist him so that he can rejoin the meeting. And here he is. Welcome back, Commissioner Bonner. We waited a moment so that you could rejoin. Thank you, sir. Welcome to everyone attending this morning. We certainly hope you are all staying safe and healthy during these very challenging times. Today's regular agenda was published on today's commission agenda was published on Friday. And summarized, we will hear the chief's report, public comment, and then we'll turn to the regular agenda items, a report from internal affairs, the complaint report, a series of donations, a report to council that is required by council rules, and a report on destruction of obsolete records pursuant to city ordinance. This is a reminder to all members of the public that you can be heard during the public comment period. We will dedicate a total of 45 minutes to public comment. Members of the public comment can have 1 minute per agenda item for a maximum of 2 minutes total. At the request of the speaker will be given 1 additional minute for general public comment for a maximum of 3 minutes total. If you do not have the opportunity to speak today, you can submit written public comment to policecommission@lapd.online. To policecommission, one word, at lapd.online. Members of the public can participate in this meeting, and you are reminded you can participate in this meeting in any one of a number of ways. They are all outlined on the agenda. First, you can call in and listen and not participate in public comment just by calling in and dialing in numbers on page 1 of the agenda. You can submit written public comment, as I indicated, to the email address, policecommission@lapd.online. You can log into this Zoom call, as many of you have this morning, and raise your virtual hand, or if you're calling in on a phone, you can press *9 if you wish to speak on an agenda item. The first matter on today's agenda is the Chief's report. Chief?
Morning, Commissioners, and thank you for this opportunity. My remarks today are going to be a little more lengthier in that we've had a 2-week period here, so please, and a very active time, so please ask for your indulgence. First, as I do in previous times, to talk about our efforts on our diversity, equity, inclusion plan and the formation of that. This last few weeks have been busy with outreach and engagement, both internally as well as externally. Internally, I've met with a couple different affinity groups, employee organizations and we've come to a commitment where we're going to actually identified key individuals with each of those affinity groups that are going to be assigned to the development and execution of this plan over the next 6-month period. So I'm thankful for Lillet, LEAP, OJB, Noble, the organizations that have as employee-based organizations that represent diversity, that represent equality, equity, as well as inclusion, and them stepping into this space so that as we define our plan internally, it is responsive to both rank and file, first, second line levels of supervision. What are the challenges to achieve and maintain the equity needed as an organization that goes out and serves the public? On an external basis, I'm proud of the work of Commander Flores under the leadership of Assistant Chief Kamala and Deputy Chief Baeza, as she has sought out relative experts, if you will, in the field of what should our DEI look like and what it should be composed of. That included meetings with Dr. Herman DeBose, who's the at CSUN College of Social and Behavioral Science, as well as Dr. Thomas Parham, who's the president of Cal State University Dominguez Hills. And Commissioner Bonner, I want to thank you for recommending him as a point of information. I had the opportunity to meet with him during a day of our command development a couple of weeks ago, where he sat through some training on cultural history, particularly in the African American community over the last 400 years, and policing and the intersect of that, as well as lessons learned from this past summer regarding our crowd and control, crowd management, our facilitation of First Amendment rights. But Dr. Parham was in the morning session with our presenters from other parts of the country that were here to talk about our history, and I found his insight and his contribution in the class itself was valuable. We're in the final stages of documenting this process. We've talked now for about 2 months over the development of what started with the mayor's directive to all general managers that we develop a racial equity plan. And as a department, we took that on and we provided a city, in response to the mayor's directive, a city framework of that plan. But internally, we've taken, I'm proud of the team, immediately expanding it to the issues of not just racial equity, but equity for all persons, all groups, all identities, as well as diversity and inclusion. That plan now in the final stages will be laid out on the guidance and counsel input from some of the individuals I spoke about, as well as employee organizations. It'll be framed in the headings of who we are and what we do, a heading of more than words, diversity and policing, the ecosystem, cultural humanity, cultural humility and competence, a learning organization, information accuracy, and contingency plan. So I look forward to, as this document is finalized and the framework identified for the process of how we develop this plan, but then also the process going forward. Now, what do we do as we start the next chapter of this? And this will be a presentation that will be brought before the commission for your input and guidance as well. Moving over to our each report, I'll provide a COVID-19 update. This department has seen over the last 2 weeks an increase of 25 additional individuals who are COVID positive. Our number today is 615 members of our workforce. 475 of those are sworn members, 140 are civilians. We have 81 of our personnel that are home due to a COVID exposure. That's an increase of, we have 90 people at home. That's an increase of 9 additional personnel. So 2 weeks ago, that number was 81. That number at home today is 90. And our return to work, I'm thankful to say 550 of our entire population of 615 have successfully recovered from this virus and are back at work. That's an increase of 14 additional recoveries since the last time I reported. Our internal operations continues to focus on effective personal protective equipment, the use of masks and face coverings, the footwear sanitizing, as well as hand and surfaces. And then externally in the field, we continue to encourage our personnel to, whenever possible, exercise safe distancing with victims and other individuals we come in contact with, including traffic violators and others that, while we're conducting low-level enforcement efforts, an effort to minimize our contact. However, as we all know, that this is work that involves, it's a people work, it's people contact. And so as much as we have a safer home effort and our effort to safeguard our first responders as much as possible, minimize their contact with members of the public and vice versa, that is really just not, that is not realistic for all matters. But we'll continue to work on the safety of our personnel, and this remains a primary responsibility that I have, and I take it very seriously. Moving over to significant events, this past 2-week period, we had a number of events, including National Night Out, which was held in as much as possible. Well, it was held in a COVID compliant manner, where we had grab and goes and encounters with people that in community settings. I was proud of the work of, for instance, in the central area that did a foot beat. So their encounters as they walked about the downtown core were to come across people and exercise with face coverings and social distancing, and an ability to say hello, to exchange some information. I saw that also represented in Northeast. I was actually over there and visited a drop and go where people were coming through a drive-through and were able to pick up some Dodger dogs of all things, but they're also an opportunity for a brief time to exchange information with officers and to be seen and be heard. We also, over the course of the last couple of weeks, have done a great deal, continued our forums, our Chiefs forums with the LGBTQ community, Asian Pacific Islander community. I met with the Watts Gang Task Force yesterday in a virtual task force meeting, as well as with the ministers in South Los Angeles last Thursday night to talk about where our crime picture is, what we're seeing as far as challenges, particularly in violent crime and shooting violence, as well as what our strategies and outreach and engagement and need for greater public involvement and engagement as we see the challenges. I'll speak about crime here in a few more moments on that. In a very troubling fashion, we saw a terrible outgrowth of violence in the aftermath of the Laker win. The Lakers organization, I want to congratulate that great organization for their NBA finals, their performance and their win. However, in the aftermath, as we've seen in previous championship series, we saw celebratory activities turn into levels of violence. In that event, I'm thankful for the work of Chief Palazzolo, but also Chief Arcos and Chief Gramala, who were part of the team to respond as that celebratory event unfortunately devolved into acts of violence and vandalism. Over the course of about an hour and a half period, we saw we made 76 arrests, 2 of them for individuals that were assault on police officers involving felonious assault. We saw rocks and bottles. We saw more than 30 businesses that were damaged and some were looted. We had well over $500,000 of damage in a very conservative estimate in that short period of time. Our efforts to quell this and to reestablish control involved dispersing that crowd, as well as making arrests of violators and those that were attacking our officers, as well as committing acts of vandalism or looting. There were instances in which I'm aware of the public accounts of 3 individuals who claim to be injured by less lethal munitions. I'm going to speak about one of those today that we do believe at this point preliminarily is a categorical use of force resulting from the use of a less lethal munition, and I'll talk about that in a moment. I also want to talk about 8 officers that were injured by projectiles, by fireworks and mortars. We had officers that were struck directly impacted by mortars that were fired at them from short distances. These are pyrotechnic devices. These are very dangerous. We had an individual who, in an effort to shoot one of those at officers, blew off most of his hands, both his hands, as he was trying to activate that device. Officers that were nearby went immediately to his aid, applying tourniquets and efforts to save his life. And I'm thankful that their efforts, as well as the efforts of fire, getting him to medical aid, did not result in his loss of life. In that interplay, the back and forth of this, our efforts are to minimize the use of force. Our efforts to facilitate lawful and proper demonstrations and protests or expressions, but not to allow acts of vandalism, not to allow violence to be committed against our personnel or others. I spoke about the violence against our officers just 2 weeks ago at an earlier meeting for this board. We do rely upon less lethal weapons as a means of addressing individuals who are an active threat of violence towards officers, meaning people who are throwing items, throwing rocks, throwing projectiles at officers. They are target specific. And yet I also recognize that with the injuries of one individual that was hit in the mouth, and from apparently from our use, that we have to ensure that the actions of our officers are properly governed, managed, they're trained, and that they exercise good discretion. And there'll be a categorical investigation into that use of that system and that use of force, and determine whether that was purposeful, errant, or otherwise, and what was the facts and circumstances. We also have another individual who reported being struck and grievously injured, losing an eye. And I have to say that preliminary information on that is we're still investigating the facts and circumstances. Despite public accounts that he attributes that ammunition to us, to an effort of an officer, we also believe that he, in counter to that, we believe that he may have been struck by a bottle, by a projectile that was from the crowd, which speaks to the underlying danger that these rocks and bottles and these projectiles form. They're not just to the rank and file, the members of our organization, but to everyone that's present. People who remain present in these demonstrations that turn violent like this are at serious risk to themselves of being injured by other protesters or being injured in our efforts to try to restore order. So I would ask and remind people that during periods of time in which a dispersal order is given, people are ordered to leave an area, that they are compelled by law to conform to that, and that it is an unsafe condition. It is a situation that we cannot, as police, ensure the safety of people that are there who remain there in the aftermath of a dispersal order. So I ask for their their cooperation. Lastly, in looking at our tactics and looking at what's happened over this last summer and the prevalence of primarily peaceful protests and demonstrations, we just recently completed a nationwide survey where we participated with other major cities on the use of on the activities of protest levels in which were lawful, which were facilitated with civil disobedience, and which involved violence. And much like we saw in the rest of the country, the majority of our protests and demonstrations have been peaceful. But approximately 6 to 7%, 6 or 7%, single digits, have turned into acts of violence and acts of property damage and vandalism. And in those instances, the requirement and the need for the department to restore order and to ensure and minimize the threat of physical harm to everyone involved, as well as the loss of property damages, are guiding factors for us. The use of less lethal munitions has come into play as to the necessity of that. So in an effort to ensure that we minimize the reliance on that while we're dealing with individuals who are throwing rocks and bottles and other projectiles, the department will be acquiring shields that it was not meant to suggest that police officers should stand and have to be required to stand and defend themselves by just having shields. But it is an effort to ensure the safety of our personnel when they get in such encounters, that while we work to restore order and take and hold accountable those that would attack officers with rocks and sticks and projectiles, that the officers are afforded an added layer of safety. That also, I think, will help us in our reliance on less lethal to defend our officers, that we have an added measure. So there'll be more information that'll be brought before the commission, I hope as soon as next week, that discusses this. This is not a tool that is unique to, that is terribly unique. We do see other agencies across the country that have used them, and we are incorporating a hurry-up offense, if you will, to acquire this, because as we see the national elections approaching quickly, it is our concern about what continued levels of protests and activities that may turn violent. What's the propensity for that? And I think it's a responsible act for us to add added safety items, added safety equipment for our personnel. With that said, I want to move into my reports on categorical uses of force. During this time, there was one reclassification that occurred from an event involving a patrol sergeant on the 23rd of September in the Van Nuys area. And this involved a Van Nuys sergeant who was in a foot pursuit of a juvenile who was wanted for robbery, and the robbery was allegedly with a gun. I'm not going to release the juvenile's name for confidentiality purposes, but during the foot pursuit, he fell to the ground 2 times, and during that process, he discarded the gun and then was later and proned himself out. And at that point, the sergeant took him into custody using a non-categorical use of force, and he placed a knee on the subject's lower back while handcuffing him. The subject was transported, the individual, to a nearby hospital and treated for a broken collarbone and released for booking. He was later transported to juvenile hall for housing, and the following day, he was taken to a nearby hospital for an injury he alleged occurred during the time he was arrested. While he was at the hospital, he was treated for he was treated for an injury, I believe, to his spleen. It looked like a compact or an impact injury. He was released from the hospital, though, and was readmitted back to the juvenile hall. But on the basis of him being admitted into the hospital for that short time, and also allegations of misconduct that he made to the LA County Probation Department, we've initiated a categorical use of force by Force Investigation Division. That will allow us to have the highest level of investigative forensic level protocols to understand what happened during the time in which he was taken into custody and the injury that he attributes to us occurred, and whether that was and how that conformed to our policies and expectations. Next item is a law enforcement related injury that involved, I spoke about earlier, the events following the Laker win, the Laker celebration, and occurred in the area of South Flower and 9th Street on the 12th of October at approximately 12:30 in the morning, a.m. In anticipation of celebratory activity following the conclusion of the NBA Finals, we had a number of mobile field forces, department personnel, approximately 300 plus men and women of LAPD that responded to the area of the downtown corridor as we saw celebrations following their win begin in various sites around the downtown area. At approximately 12:30 in the morning, a squad of officers arrived in the area of South Flower Street and 9th due to a large crowd that was there. And while interacting with that group, officers began seeing rocks and bottles thrown in their direction. In response to those actions, less lethal munitions were deployed, striking one individual in the face. That individual was later identified as Mr. Mario Barrientos, a male Hispanic, 25 years of age. He was subsequently transported to a local hospital where he was admitted due to injuries sustained to his mouth. He was not arrested. There were no officers that were injured in this. Force investigation is conducting the investigation into the facts and circumstances of this. The other matter, next matter that occurred is an officer-involved shooting that happened on the 14th of October at approximately 9:50 at night in the 110th and Figueroa Street. On that date, Southeast Uniformed Patrol officers were driving in the area when they observed two vehicles parked in the lot of a gas station at that location, the 110th and Figueroa. Several people were loitering near the vehicle, so the officers began driving towards the parking lot to determine if criminal activity may be occurring. As the officers drove into the parking lot, they observed an individual later identified as Mr. Kevin Carr, a male black, 23 years of age. He was standing in the parking lot pointing a handgun at occupants in the parked vehicle. The officers stopped their vehicles and attempted to verbalize with Mr. Carr. However, the suspect refused to drop the handgun, and this resulted in an officer-involved shooting. Mr. Carr was struck by gunfire and succumbed to his injuries at the scene. A loaded handgun was recovered, and no other officers or other civilian members, so 4 people that were in the car, were injured in this incident. The Force Investigation Division responded and conducted. We did release a press statement with closed circuit television camera footage of the interaction between Mr. Carr and occupants of that vehicle. And we will, of course, this will also be subject to our video release for a critical incident video in the coming days. On the 15th of October in the Topanga area, we had an officer-involved shooting, and this involved a Miss Julie Ann Archer, female, white, 51 years of age. On the 15th at about 1:20 in the morning, Topanga uniform officers were investigating a radio call of an ADW, assault with deadly weapon suspect with a gun, at a motel located in the 2100 block of Van Owen Street. When the officers arrived, they spoke with motel staff and the guests, who determined that no crime had occurred. The guests did advise that he had rented a room at the motel the day prior and allowed an individual, Miss Archer, to stay with him. When he left and came back, Miss Archer apparently had locked him out and refused to allow him back inside. The officers attempted to communicate with Miss Archer, but she refused, and the officers chose not to force entry and instead left the scene. At about 2:20 that same morning, motel staff located a key to the individual's room and called communication and requested that we return. The officers returned and again attempted to communicate with Miss Archer. However, she refused to open the door. The officers were able to utilize the key to enter the door, and a secondary chain lock was inside. That chain was cut, and officers, as they were attempting to enter, the suspect pushed Miss Carr, continued pushing back against the door. Moments later, allegedly Miss Archer extended her right hand through the gap in the doorway while holding a semi-automatic handgun, resulting in an officer-involved shooting. The suspect, Miss Archer, sustained a gunshot wound to her right wrist and was taken into custody a few moments later without further incident. She was transported by a rescue ambulance to a nearby hospital and is expected to survive. Fortunately, no officers were injured, and a loaded semi-automatic handgun was recovered from the scene, and she was booked for assault with a deadly weapon on a police officer. This incident also involved a video image or pic of the engagement of the officers at the door and the apparent handgun in Ms. Arthur's hand at the time the officer involved shooting occurred. We had an officer involved shooting with no hits that occurred on the 17th of October. This is about 11:30 at night in Budlong Avenue north of Jefferson. This is in the southwest area where officers were driving north on Budlong from Jefferson when they observed the shooting in progress. The suspect's vehicle was stopped in the roadway, and two of his passengers were standing in the roadway firing handguns at a victim who had just exited his vehicle. One of the suspects ran from the intended victim as the second suspect attempted to fire his handgun at the group of males on the sidewalk. Officers stopped their vehicle. One of the suspects turned and pointed his handgun in the direction of the officers. An officer-involved shooting occurred. None of the officers, victims, or suspects were struck by the gunfire. One of the two individuals that were the initial suspects entered the passenger side and the vehicle fled before crashing several blocks away. After the officer-involved shooting, suspect number one ran northbound briefly, then returned back towards the officers. He discarded a revolver at the scene, and officers established a perimeter. While maintaining the perimeter, officers detained a male with a bloody clothing on the back seat of a vehicle attempting to exit the perimeter. The male was later determined to be the registered owner of the suspect vehicle, the initial vehicle, and appeared to have minor injuries from broken vehicle glass. So these two suspects, we ended up finding one of them as he had befriended a group in the perimeter, asked them to take him from the inside of that perimeter and leave, and officers detained him as they were exiting that perimeter. So he has been identified as a Mr. Brandon Maxwell, a male black, 33 years of age, and he has been booked for attempt murder relative to his shooting at that scene. We recovered not just the revolver that was dropped, but also a semi-automatic handgun from the passenger floorboard of Mr. Brandon's Maxwell's vehicle. We still have an outstanding individual on this that our investigation continues to attempt to identify who that second individual was. Lastly, we had an officer-involved shooting with no hits that occurred on Hollywood on the 18th of October at approximately 10 o'clock at night. At the 5500 block of Melrose Avenue, Paramount Studio. It involved a Byron Gerdell Barrios, a male Hispanic, 36 years of age. On that evening at approximately 9:50 at night, Fullerton Police Department detectives were conducting surveillance on Mr. Barrios as they believed him to be a child abuse suspect, and they requested assistance of LAPD officers. As Fullerton detectives attempted to detain Mr. Barrios in the driveway of Paramount Studios, he produced a knife and began stabbing himself. Fullerton detectives utilized a taser, which was ineffective, and Mr. Barrios ran east on Melrose to the Windsor Boulevard entrance of the Paramount Studios. Hollywood patrol officers arrived on scene moments later and followed him onto the studio lot where less lethal projectiles were deployed, and an officer-involved shooting occurred. Mr. Barrios was not struck by gunfire and fled into a building facade of a movie set. He was ultimately detained without incident by Metropolitan Canine personnel. A folding knife was recovered from the scene. He sustained what appears to be self-inflicted lacerations to his neck, arm, and upper torso. He was transported by ambulance to a nearby hospital, and he is expected to survive. No officers were injured in this incident. This individual is the custody of the Fullerton Police Department as a result of the earlier investigation. I know that in this period of time now, I've just spoken about these 4 officer-involved shootings. I want to give a quick snapshot on our officer-involved shootings for the year. For the year, we now have 24 officer-involved shootings. Last year at this time, that number was 21. We've had 7 fatal officer-involved shootings this year versus 10 fatal officer-involved shootings last year. These numbers are also, compared to a 4-year average, we remain below our 4-year averages in regards to total officer-involved shootings, as well as officer-involved shootings involving a hit, as well as officer-involved shootings resulting in a fatality. The 2 last matters I want to move into quickly is crime. I am concerned about the ongoing nature of the increase in violent crime, particularly shooting violence that we're seeing in the city, particularly in South Los Angeles and in the central part. I have asked, pursuant to some questions by various commissioners, as to further analysis on the information of details, and we're going to provide those via a desk note to Richard T. Fink, and we're also welcome the opportunity to speak at greater length about this. In short, our enforcement posture it is to understand and track where is our gun violence occurring, what are the involved suspect descriptions as well as vehicles, to ensure that our metropolitan shooting response teams are there for follow-up investigation to support the local investigators that are responding to these things at night and day and doing follow-up investigation to identify those responsible. There's been questions about the productivity levels of these teams and the responses that we have year to date. Our gun arrest officers that are responding, conducting these investigations, making arrests for those responsible, as well as making efforts to identify those that are carrying guns are up substantially. But so is our community outreach and engagement. During this period of time when in COVID, there is such a safer at home initiatives that are needed for the safety of our communities. It is also critical that we continue to do outreach and engagement to understand what are the dynamics that are driving a 50% increase in homicides in South Bureau, with nearly 150% increase in shooting victims, a 48% increase in Central Bureau in homicides, with a 14% increase in shooting victims. And so these are the two primary areas where we're seeing the increase in shooting violence. But even West Bureau has seen the numbers are much smaller, but a significant increase percentage-wise in homicides and shooting victims. It is only Valley Bureau which has seen a flat number as far as homicides, but even they have seen a 100% increase in shooting victims. Underlying this is apparently a much higher presence of people carrying guns and bringing guns into disputes. We saw evidence of this where just in the shooting violence that occurred at the motel in Devonshire, the gun that was used in that crime against the officers was taken from a burglary from a vehicle a few weeks before in the San Fernando Valley. So the instances of gun thefts from vehicles are up 45% from the same period last year. So we see a phenomena of more guns, more people carrying guns, and then disputes escalating into gun violence. Our efforts with prevention and intervention, and I'm proud of the work of Ann Trimbley and her Gang Reduction Youth Development. Their efforts to be in the community are hampered by COVID. Their ability to be at a hospital, inside a hospital, their ability to be bedside has been hampered. However, she has given me every assurance that their engagement at every other opportunity is active and aggressive. And the year-to-date numbers, I'll have more information for you next week, but the year-to-date numbers of the number of hours they're in the community are up from the same period last year, yet funding for that organization has essentially remained flat. Now, I'm proud of, again, her ability to bring $340,000 in the direction of Mayor Garcetti to bring additional community intervention workers to bear and expand the hours that they're present in an effort to quell minor disputes and quell disagreements that are escalating into the shooting violence that we're seeing. The troubling impact on this is that the communities of color are the ones being most tremendously impacted by this increase. When we look at shooting victims, which were up 24% this year to date, 978 shooting victims for 790 last year, 462 of those are male or female Blacks. That's a 35% increase from a year ago. And in regards to Hispanics, 423 are male or female Hispanic, and that's an increase of 14% from last year. We've actually seen a decrease in shooting victims amongst whites and our Asians populations. So this is clear that where this is occurring is in our communities of color, particularly the African-American community, where we see this such a tremendous rise. As we look at our victims of homicide, African-American men and women represent 38% of our homicides this year to date. And as a reminder, homicides are up 25% this year versus last year. And so these numbers are startling. Our efforts to deal with this is to counter this violence is comprehensive on both active enforcement, active engagement to reduce gun violence and to hold that people committing gun violence responsible. And at the same time, recognizing we're not arresting our way out of this. Our efforts with Community Safety Partnership Bureau, our efforts with community engagement, our efforts with reaching out via community meetings is ongoing. And I believe that the people in the public sector, our people, our grid people are actively engaged. But I think we also need more community engagement and more efforts in the street to quell the disagreements that apparently are escalating into these acts of violence. Lastly, as I sit and monitor and watch activities across other parts of the country, this is a phenomenon that's occurring in many other major cities across America. Just yesterday, there was a report of 20 cities across America seeing a 50% increase in homicides. And we see the examples of that in Chicago, New York, Houston, and other major cities. But that's, we don't judge ourselves in the safety of Los Angeles on a comparison other. Our judgment of safety of Los Angeles is what can we do to quell this violence? We are on path today where we will see more than 300 homicides this year. We've already exceeded last year's numbers with 266 homicides as of this past Saturday. We'll exceed 300 homicides, I predict, unfortunately, which will be the first time since 2009. So a terrible loss in the sense of an erosion and a reduction in shooting victims and the gains that have been made. I do think that this current pandemic that we're in and the consequences of fewer programming, for instance, summer night lights and the jobs program for youth, 450 youth this summer were not employed that would otherwise be employed. Friday night lights, which would be going on right now, are simply a drop and go, which is better than nothing. I mean, it's better than it is an effort to support needy families and communities that are in need of food subsistence and supplies and that encounter. But these engagements that are not occurring inside hospitals, engagements that are not occurring inside casework that would normally be in person, now is by Zoom or by electronic means, I think are manifesting themselves in this expression of violence. So we look to be a partner and to continue our shared responsibility and moving towards a safer community and in getting these numbers back down to what we have seen and what we've enjoyed, but yet has also always recognized been still too high. I will close by saying our personnel numbers, which are now posted online, remain at 9,880 sworn personnel. We have 3,009 civilian personnel, and we will be working with our LAPPL, or labor unions, and within the next 2 weeks to begin our reorganization, our reimagining of public safety as we deal with the reduction in staffing that we have experienced to date, as well as we will experience over the course of the next 6 months in our sworn staffing and our civilian staffing. The first system to incentivize retirement will begin with the loss of personnel in 2 weeks. And so those matters will all be coming in the coming days. With that, I conclude my remarks. And again, apologize for the length of them.
Thank you, Chief. I know that was a lengthy and comprehensive report. And commissioners, I'm sure you all have questions. However, I ask you to hold your questions for now. I'm going to public comment, and the reason in part that I'm doing that directly is because we did get a request late yesterday for family members of Mr. Flores who wished to speak to the commission, and I gave them an approximate time of 10 o'clock. So I'd like to start with public comment, and we'll just proceed with public comment at this time, and I'll ask you to hold your questions for the chief at the conclusion. But Madam Secretary, I understand that the family members of Mr. Flores involving the case we're hearing today in closed session wish to speak. They asked for 2 minutes for each family member, where I advised them we'd give them 10. And I understand, Madam Secretary, there's also a translator. So could you, I suppose, bring the translator forward and the family members? I'm not sure if they've logged in collectively or individually. And by the way, Madam Secretary, as you know, the translation portion does not count for their time. under the city rules. So I see.
Yes, can I speak?
Ms. Flores, one moment. You may. Did you ask for a translation service or no?
Yes, we did.
Oh, okay. Very well. And is the translator here? I take that that's Platinum Translation, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, very well. The translation mic is open, as is yours, Ms. Flores. Please proceed when you're ready, ma'am.
Thank you. My name is Amanda Flores, and today I will be speaking about item 1, violation of major racial equity directive, and item 4A1 for Alex. First of all, there was a violation of major racial equity directive because my brother was brown skinned. If it would have been a white person, that white person will still be alive and probably out of jail. My brother Alex needed help. 3 days before his murder, I went to my parents' house and was able to talk to him right away. I knew that something was not right. He said to me that there was people watching him, stalking him. I witnessed how paranoid he was, carrying a stick on his hand and moving my mother away from the windows, keeping everything closed so no light would come through because he would say they're watching us, when reality was no one was outside. I also remember that he told me, "Did you hear that? They are laughing, they are coming." That same moment, I told my mother that if that was the first time my brother was acting like this, she said no, that she has witnessed him with mental problems ever since he was released from jail in October 2019 before his murder. We were going to look for help for him. On Tuesday, November 19, around 8:20 a.m., Alex was shot multiple times. The police claims that Alex targeted one of the officers with a kitchen knife. Reality is that all the officers who were in front of him, including Stephen Reese, who murdered him, targeted my brother. Even when you can clearly see on video that my brother was pointing the knife to himself, at the same time walking sideways and back as if he wanted to run away. The knife was not a threat to the officers at all. Automatically, you could tell my brother was not right from his mind. And instead of rendering help, all officers did the opposite and planned another murder by LAPD. You can clearly hear that an officer is stating to have a taser on his way. But even then, they decided to not use it or wait for it, and decided to end my brother's life by shooting and killing him. My sister went to Newton Station to find out if Alex was arrested on that day, but no information was given to her. Later on, my dad went to the station as well and was told the same thing. At the same time, he noticed the officers who were there giving the information, giggling and laughing at him like if it was a joke. Now, our question is why Stephen Reese's body camera wasn't used to expose what happened from his direction. Instead, other body cameras from other officers were used to put out to the public. We know that Stephen Reese is accountable and should be prosecuted for killing our loved one. He needs to serve jail time and be fired before he kills another victim. There are other ways of handling a situation like this, using less lethal force, but yet they decided to go the easy way, firing and killing Alex. My brother's body laid on the ground until 4 or 5 p.m. that day. Kelly Blanchard, the investigator who went home to give the bad news to my dad, never returned any of my calls for over 3 days. Our family did not know where to find our loved one's body until Friday that week. Till this day, we have not received no police, no autopsy report, which was paid right after his murder. To this day, we have not received Alex's clothing. The people at the coroner's office lied and said that his clothes was going to be sent to the mortuary and was not true. Police actions were out of policy. What type of system do you all serve? Clearly, this was a racist murder killing by the police who's supposed to protect and serve us. We demand justice for Alex Flores. Now I'm gonna have my mother speak.
Buenos días. Yo soy la mamá de Alex Flores. Quiero que se haga justicia. Quiero que castiguen a ese policía que asesinó a mi hijo. Que lo metan a la cárcel que le quiten su trabajo. Porque mi hijo, él no era un criminal para que me le dieran muchos balazos. Él era un ser humano,
Excuse me.
Ahorita cómo me siento yo, destrozada. Quiero justicia para mi hijo, que no se quede así, que castiguen a Steven Ruiz.
Mrs. Flores, excuse me, can we allow, if there could be a break to allow the translation, and we won't hold that time.
Okay.
Okay, so if I could ask the translator to every few sentences or so, translate it so that everyone can understand Mrs. Flores's comments, please.
Sure. So I'm gonna pass her to, again.
Thank you.
Lea una oración por oración.
Can the translator give us a translation so far, please?
Yo soy la mamá de Alex Flores. Yo quiero que se haga justicia. Quiero que castiguen a ese policía, que lo metan a la cárcel, que le quiten su trabajo.
We can translate now.
Yes. Is the translator still there? Mr. Tifang, did we lose the translator? I don't hear the translator.
I don't know, Commissioner. Give me a moment to check.
Thank you. I'm terribly sorry to the Flores family. If you could bear with us. I realize this is a very difficult thing that you're doing coming forward. And I apologize for our difficulties. We arranged for the translation service, and I'm not sure why they're not translating. If you could give us just one moment, and I'm terribly sorry.
Sure.
Thank you. If I could ask the translation service to test their microphone, please. Again, the translation service, could you test your microphone so we can hear you? All right, Mr. Tifang or Madam Secretary, do we have an alternative, please? We should not be keeping the Flores family waiting like this.
Commissioner, I'm going to go ahead and translate what I can here. She just said, I'm the mother of Alex Flores, and I'm asking that there be justice for my son. And then we could just go line by line.
Very well. Mrs. Flores, we do apologize. I'm very sorry. But the Secretary of the Commission will translate on your behalf. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Lea que castiguen.
Quiero que castiguen a ese policía que asesinó a mi hijo.
Translation.
I would like for the officer to be punished for what they did to my son.
Okay. Que
lo metan a la cárcel o que le quiten su trabajo, porque mi hijo, él no era un criminal.
Translation.
My son was not a criminal. I would like for that officer to be put in jail or for him to lose his job.
Para que me le dieran muchos balazos. Él no era un animal, él era un ser humano que creen que como me siento yo.
Translation.
My son was a human being, not an animal, and they for them to have shot him so many times.
Que me siento yo, creen que me siento yo destrozada. Quiero justicia para mi hijo, que no se quede así.
Translation.
I feel destroyed for my son. I don't want this to stay this way. I want justice for my son.
Now we're gonna have my dad speak.
Very well, Mr. Flores. Does Mr. Flores need the translation service as well?
Yes.
Okay, very well. Madam Secretary, if you could also translate for Mr. Flores and just ask him a sentence or two at a time, whatever works for the translation. Thank you.
¿Sí puede empezar, señor?
Sí, muy buenos días a todos los presentes. Yo soy papá de Alex Flores. No estoy de acuerdo en la forma que tratan a las personas los policías. Se supone que un policía está entrenado para poder detener a una persona. Y estos policías que le quitaron la vida a mi hijo, Alex, sean castigados como criminales por lo que hicieron.
Okay.
Madam Secretary.
He said, "Good morning, all. I am the father of Alex Flores. I'm not in favor of how the police treated my son." I think I may have missed a sentence, the last one.
Leo aquí en español otra vez.
Okay, ¿puedes seguir, por favor?
Que paguen por la vida de esa manera. Él, una persona, todos los policías racistas, y lo que hicieron es contra la ley. Se le llama fuera de póliza.
Madam Secretary, could you translate, please? Madam Secretary, I don't think your microphone is open.
Okay. For him to pay his life in that way and for the officers to behave in that manner seems racist. And it was out of policy.
Mr. Flores, please continue.
¿Tiene algo que decirnos?
Sí. Yo lo que quiero que los policías, como dije, paguen por lo que hicieron y que sean castigados con todo el rigor de la ley que dice la ciudad de California.
I want the police to pay for what they did to my son. I want them prosecuted with the full extent of the law of California to be punished.
Mr. Flores, anything further, sir?
¿Algo que decir?
Sí, pues yo lo que pido, que se haga justicia para que la muerte de mi hijo no quede en blanco, como muchas otras personas que hay en esta ciudad de California, especialmente aquí en Los Ángeles. Hay personas que les mataron a sus hijos, igual que a mí. Yo soy un padre, mi esposa, a nosotros nos destruyeron la vida, quitándole la vida a nuestro hijo.
What I ask for is justice so that my son's death is not in vain. There are other persons who have died in this manner, and I want the law to change, especially here in Los Angeles. My family's life is destroyed.
Sir?
Sí. Mi hijo necesitaba ayuda. Cuando él salió de la cárcel, salió enfermo, salió muy diferente. Él se puso a escribir a unos papeles para que él buscara ayuda.
My son needed help. When he left jail, he left a different person. He signed papers to seek help.
Y por eso nosotros, como padres de Alex Flores, queremos que todos ustedes que hacen la ley de California sean justos y que hagan que los policías que le quitaron la vida a mi hijo sean castigados.
And that's why we, as the parents of Alex Flores, we ask all of you who make the laws in Los Angeles to be just.
Thank you. Is that, does that conclude the remarks?
Yes, that concludes from our part. I know there's other siblings that are also on Zoom. Her name is Gabriela. That's the wife of my brother. And there's also a cousin, Sergio, that are also going to speak.
Okay, hopefully those names were given to the commission, but on behalf of the commission, thank you for coming forward today. We recognize this is a very difficult thing for you to do, and we're sure you will evaluate the case fairly and impartially in accordance with the law. Thank you for coming forward today. Madam Secretary, can you other family members and give them 2 minutes on the clock, please? I'm not sure we were notified in advance of those family members, but if possible.
We were not, Commissioner. The only three that we were with.
Okay, very well. Then let's proceed with public comment and see who's in queue. Madam Secretary, let's begin general public comment, please.
Okay, our first speaker is Gina Viola, followed by Sarah B.
And if you could put the agenda up and of course ask each speaker which items they're addressing. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I'd like to speak on items 1, 2, and 3A, though I'm having difficulty getting started because I'm just so upset by what just happened. The fact that you had the secretary translate, I definitely speak enough Spanish to understand son racistas toda la policía. Alex Flores' father said that many, many times. All of the police are racist. I did not hear the secretary translate that near enough. I think she was holding back. I think that's definitely, it's just so problematic. Speaking to the chief's report, you know, you start now with this diversity and inclusion, Chief. I've been sitting in on these meetings for years, and for years you've assured us that this is something you already work on. I have heard presentation after presentation on racially biased, implicit, explicit trainings. Why are we to believe that this is going to have any different outcome? That would just make us all insane if we believed that doing the same thing over and over again was going to lead to different outcomes. You can bring in new new people from different universities. It's going to have the same results. You can't even control the racism in this meeting. How do we expect that you are controlling it out in the community? You are not. Your report on the night of the Lakers victory, you started out by saying 7 or 8 officers were hurt, and then you ended the report with saying no officers were injured. So which is it? In the exact same report you gave us 2 entirely different versions of what has occurred. You started out the major events with your night out, your drop and go. So you put those on par with all of the police killings and shootings that happened. You actually spent more time on that than you did all of the different officer involved shootings. And I really wish you'd stop calling it that, because it is so misleading to the public at large. They think an officer was hurt, and you know that. That's why you do it. It needs to be called officer shoot civilian. I've been to many street protests, and I've watched myself the LAPD use their non-lethal forces to shoot legal observers and press in the face. Rubber bullets are supposed to be shot at the ground and then ricochet off. You are shooting people in the face. The Times reported the man that you say was hit by a bottle. The LA Times reported that he was actually shot directly in the eye. His name is William Gonzalez, 22, had his eye socket shattered by police projectile. Shame on all of you. Shame on this.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Sarah B., followed by Monica Hernandez.
Hi, I don't know if it's possible, but if you're able to get Gabriella, I believe the Flores family said, to take my place, who's waiting in line.
Please just proceed, and we will be looking for the other family members. Just proceed with your time, please.
Okay. So I wanted to speak on the chief's report, agenda item 3C, and public comment. Again, I feel like LAPD is trying to take this advantage of the spike in violence happening. Obviously,
Madam Secretary, did you have, excuse me for an administrative, Madam Secretary, you have that, and you have the clock running?
Yes, I do.
All right, apologies, Sarah B. Please proceed.
No problem, thank you. For the chief's report, I feel like LAPD is again taking advantage of the fact that the spike in violence is happening. I'm not saying it isn't a concern or that I'm not worried about it. I think it definitely is a problem that we need to take a look at. However, you're right, Chief Moore, we do need more community engagement workers in the neighborhoods. However, we do not need them to be associated with the police or police officers. Like we've been saying over and over again these past months, we don't want more police involved in the community. For agenda item 3C, we don't want a contract between LAPD and the LA Department of Transportation. We want less funding going to LAPD and less contact with the public. Less funding, that means a decrease. It's again something we've been talking about and asking for. And other than by the mayor's office cutting a small portion of an increase of police budget, I haven't seen any other cuts happening. We don't want more cops on buses. We don't want undercovers and decoys on buses or at bus stops, especially around school kids. I don't care what the title of the police officer is. We don't want anyone in our communities that is involved with the police organizations. As far as public comment, so Out of 734 complaints of the bias policing against LAPD, the LAPD says that they found 0 of them justified. I don't even know what to say about that. If this were the record for any organization, no matter who it was, everyone would plainly see that a 0 finding out of 734 complaints is biased. The LAPD shouldn't be investigating themselves for anything. The LAPD's own data shows racial profiling and violence, and we want to have independent investigations of the LAPD for all of these complaints. The media, again, another public comment, please end the limit imposed on public comments. We need to open it up to the public comment for everyone. And we haven't been able to speak for 2 weeks either, so we should be able to get longer time to speak too. Last of all, I just wanted to give my condolences to the Flores family and thank them for their courage to come here and show up and to speak up. Thank you so much. I yield my time.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Monica Hernandez, followed by Adam Smith. Monica, what items would you like to speak on?
Hi, this is Monica's husband, and I want to speak on item C and general comment.
Okay, 2 minutes.
Yeah, hi, good morning, everyone. So I live in the area of Central and Vernon, and for item C, I think we need more cops out in the street because I take the bus to work every day, and there's a lot of homeless people that hang out there, and a lot of these people that call, I don't think they really understand or they know what it is to live in the neighborhood. I can't even sit on a bus bench because there's people selling dope on the streets. There's drug dealers sitting on the bus benches with guns, and it makes me feel unsafe. I don't want to go to jail, by saying something and being a snitch, but I can't even take the bus. My grandmother takes a bus. I have to walk her to the bus stop because these dudes are out there hanging out. So I don't understand these people say they don't want cops, but at the same time, they don't live in the neighborhood. So that doesn't make any sense to me because if they were to sit down on a bus bench, the same one I do, trust me, they'll be calling cops in a minute. And then for general comment, I live in the area of Central and Vernon, and my respects and condolences to the family of Alex Flores. But I have a son, and guess what? I have to explain to my son that his family are a bunch of criminals too, As a matter of fact, I see them with illegal stuff, and I can't say anything because I don't want to be labeled as a snitch. Okay, so I feel unsafe. I can't even walk around the neighborhood because of the family of Alex Flores too. They're not innocent. Okay, they're out there doing illegal stuff. They're gang members. So all I'm saying is we need cops too, because there's people that feel like prisoners in the neighborhood. I can't even take my son out because their homies come over in the neighborhood and they know who they are. Okay, we feel unsafe. So let the truth be the truth, please. And that's it.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Adam Smith, followed by Christy Ruiz. Adam, what items would you like to speak on?
All of them.
3 minutes.
That guy seemed a little off topic. I wondered, Chief, and the commission, when I saw the news reported about Fullerton PD in Hollywood and how that story would be distorted, about how cops from Orange County came to tase and steal a person from the streets of a city and county that they shouldn't have been working in. I wonder about the CPAB groups led by Area Command, where Council Cop Joe Buscaino was putting forth the demand to fill public comment with apologists who encourage and want more of the same hateful LAPD violence that murdered Alex Flores. Well, let's talk about item 3A now, about the bias in policing and how your investigative process leaves all of us just seething. 734 complaints during the last year alone, and 0 of them were justified, just like the year before. This commission is embarrassing. I'm not sure how you sleep when the structural, racial, and economic inequality in the city runs so deep. When violence against community by the police you oversee simply results in procedural updates and rubber stamping processes. On 3C, you'll surely approve the goal of your darling LAPD to put undercover cops on city buses to collect more damn OT. Again, y'all should be ashamed, especially those who work with youth. We need less cops around Black and brown kids. Your enabling is abuse. Now I'll speak to item 4A1, the execution of Alex Flores, whose life was stolen last November, a murder that made no sense. But to you commissioners, you enable this by simply existing on this board to excuse the chief and all his troops and the money and power they hoard. Alex was murdered in rush hour in the middle of the street. A son, a brother, an uncle whose family continues to weep. There's no justice you can truly give to a family whose son you stole. Out of policy is the very least you can do if you have any type of soul. Now I'll end with public comment. Good morning, Eileen Decker. Please don't scold me for being off topic, Mom. I promise I'll be better. 45 minutes total is disgraceful, but you know that, don't you, folks? Even Steve, you know it's bullshit, but you treat community like a joke. Every murder by cops like Alex's falls squarely in your hands. As oversight, you could grow a spine and move actionable demands. Instead, you don't do anything. When your police shoot and maim, you talk about change and accountability while the impact stays the same. Fuck you guys.
Next speaker, please. Madam Secretary. Oh,
Christy, what items would you like to speak on?
I would like to speak on number 1, number 2, and 3A, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
There is no question that the media and public has helped drive a false narrative on this specific police shooting through a shock and awe approach to stories about use of force and racism. Regardless of media and public rhetoric, policing cannot be reasonably defined through the lens of singular adverse events. There are about 10,000 LAPD officers, 64.6% are minority, 5,000 of them are of Hispanic descent. They make about 1.7 million citizen contacts in a given year, where 0.001% are officer-involved shootings. If fact checkers cared, they would find that most police shootings are associated with armed suspects. Research has shown these suspects place officers or the public in jeopardy of serious injury or death. Police officers have used tactics such as keeping distance, using cover, and communicating with threatening suspects long before the word de-escalation became trendy. While each is an essential tool for mitigating the use of force, officers also know that some people and situations cannot be de-escalated for a variety of reasons. Most predominantly are those situations which suspects do not follow communication while continuing to place officers and the public in significant danger, as is the Alex Flores shooting. And if anybody watched that video, you would know this. Also, Amanda Flores spoke about her brother's mental health issues and his dangerous criminal, and also it was noted his dangerous criminal background. Therefore, officers are also taught to use reasonable force, including deadly force, to stop ongoing threat to life and limb. Police officers also are taught about their reactionary gap with potentially threatening suspects. Most people simply do not comprehend how quickly a violent confrontation can occur. Human beings can be amazingly fast with punches, knives, kicks, stabs, and handguns. All these can occur in less than half a second in seemingly innocuous start positions. Lastly, police officers are taught to aim for the center mass when using deadly force for good cause. Police trainers, firearms experts know this point of aim provides officers with the best opportunity at surviving a deadly force encounter based on the challenge of hitting a moving target, which was Alex Flores. Let's not forget that there was a citizen who flagged down an officer who thought his life was in jeopardy and the public's life was at jeopardy. We are terrified walking our streets, going down our neighborhoods, going to the grocery store with our children. We appreciate Chief Moore and the LAPD officers who risk their lives for us in these violent situations. And let's not forget, opinions are not facts. Watch the video, learn the facts. I yield my time.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Zach Sherwin, followed by Heather C. Zach, what items would you like to speak on?
I would like to speak on 4A1 and 3A and the chief's report and public comment. I'm sure I won't get to all of them.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Okay, so first item 4A1, Alex Flores was murdered. The circumstances are sickening. He was a victim of this racist system, and your cops literally bringing guns to knife fights and having police respond instead of mental health workers. Stephen Ruiz's actions are horrifying, and you should rule them out of policy. I also want to say that the way you treated the Flores family is shocking. It seems like you partially understand how much you blew that, but you should have reached out to this family instead of having to have community members pressure you to extend the invite. You should have triple checked that your translator was ready to go. You should not have had your secretary do the translation, an obvious conflict of interest. And Madam Secretary, you are complicit in all of this. Don't think you're an innocent support staffer. Also, I think you probably could have gotten the gist from the repeated words justicia and policia and racistas. Watching you interrupt that grieving mother so you could wait for your translator to ultimately not join is shameful. You absolutely blew that. And you let that other caller call the Flores family gang members when they're presumably still on this Zoom. Man. On to item 3A. 734 complaints of bias policing, 0 were sustained. The same number sustained as in the past 2 years. And those are just the incidents where people filed the formal complaint. The actual numbers of complainable events must be astronomically higher. It is the most absurd version of this that the number is 0. This is the same LAPD whose officers search Black and Latinx people far more often than whites during traffic stops. Moore, why don't you just throw a couple officers under the bus just so the number isn't literally 0? It must be because you don't care and you don't expect to be held accountable, certainly not by this commission. Chief Moore, you present those narratives in your report, which is the agenda item I'm on now. You know, with these facts that make it seem like your embattled officers are always acting properly and responsibly while the people they're out there protecting are doing wrong, and you imply bringing down all this violence upon themselves. You hold up your officers as, on average, killing fewer people without ever saying anything like, of course, even one death is too much. Not that it would mean anything, but at least it would be a gesture. But there's so much more violence in the community. Even the guy who lost an eye, well, maybe it was the case that it was actually caused by a bottle thrown from the crowd. You've done nothing to foster trust. Your words are as hollow as they are overabundant. Finally, public comment. Mr. T-Fank, in previous weeks, you've grouped comments citing the reason for doing so as the language in them being identical. I'm looking forward to hearing both of the comments I composed this week personally read out loud and into the record. I'd like to be identified by name for each one. And this 45-minute time limit for public comments is a travesty, especially when Joe Buscaino is encouraging cop plants to flood the comments lines with their terribly written statements. I think this commission is absolutely despicable. I hope you find Ruiz out of policy.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Heather C., followed by Cheryl S. Heather C., you're on. If you can unmute, please. Okay, we can come back to Heather C. Next, we have Cheryl S.
Wait, I'm here. You there?
Oh, hi, Heather. Yes.
Hi, sorry about that. Okay, thank you very much. So let me see, items 1, 2, 3, general comments.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'm disappointed, Eileen Decker, that the family got, I mean, well, you know, I'm sorry that they lost a family member. That's horrible for anyone to have to go through, but I'm disappointed that you gave them preferential treatment, cutting into our time here, and also that it was, you know, off agenda. As far as the young man goes, he was a 38th Street gang member. He was Hispanic and also killed by a Hispanic cop. How is that racist? He charged at a cop with a knife. I don't know what you guys expect officers to do in that case, but you know, they have the right to defend themselves. Anyway, as far as the report from the chief, things are getting worse, it looks like. As far as the complaints, they're frivolous, 90% of them, 91% of the time. This is a huge waste of officers' times that have to investigate these complaints. And homicides are up 23.7%, 21.4% increase in shooting victims. And I'd like for the commission to try to implement some type of punishment or consequence for those who make frivolous complaints against police officers for misconduct. It's a big waste of time, and it's not okay. I don't know if the city attorney needs to file charges on them or fines or something. And I'd like to also address Joe Buscaino. Just so you guys know, Marquise Harris Dawson also recently rallied on his Facebook page for his constituents to call into the city council public committee meeting. So I don't know, there's that. I support the LA Police Foundation. They're an amazing foundation. They've donated much needed equipment in the past to LAPD. And I support Chief Moore, LAPD officers. I don't agree at all with any kind of defunding efforts. We need more police in the streets, not less. See if I'm missing anything here. And also, I think we need to start questioning the qualifications of the police commissioners. I think we need to reimagine the police commissioners and how they're appointed. Eileen Decker, I know, obviously an attorney, but what about the rest of them? How are they qualified? You know, being executive directors of nonprofits and social justice advocates or businessmen. How does that qualify them to be police commissioners? It doesn't at all. I think we need to start looking at that and questioning it. So thank you very much. I yield my time.
Okay, thank you.
And Madam Secretary, while you're bringing the next speaker up, just for clarification, I didn't cut into the public comment time. There's still a full 45 minutes for the general public comment period, and I did give the family the allotted time that we typically give. So Madam Secretary, the next, but there's, Heather, I didn't announce that, so there would be no way that you would know that. But Madam Secretary, why don't you call the next speaker, please?
Thank you. The next speaker is Cheryl S., followed by T. Cheryl S.
Hi, I'd like to speak on Chief's Report 3A and general comment, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
It was really nice to meet you, Chief Moore, at the LAPD Appreciation Rally on Saturday. It was a great day just to honor and say thank you to all the police officers because, you know, there's just so much anti-police rhetoric out there and demoralizing them. So it was a great day to thank them. Chief's Report, year to date, as we know, arrests are down from 66,000 to only 49,000. And we should ask ourselves why. Why is it down 17,000 arrests? And I don't think it's because there's less crime happening. As we all know, homicide is actually up. I think maybe it's because less police are policing because they're afraid to be proactive since they're going to be under extreme scrutiny and these frivolous complaints that come out against them. And same with the year-to-date firearms booked from 5,000 to 3,800, so that's 1,200 less. And that leads to 3A, annual complaint report. These frivolous, multiple complaints, they're discouraging proactive policing. I believe there will be higher crime because cops, they don't want these allegations. And 70% of these complaints are unfounded and untrue. We would like the board to inform us, are there going to be any consequences for false complaints and will they be held liable? And then general comment, I'm really concerned for the safety of my family, my neighborhood, my town, and my property. There, as we all know, there's civil unrest and things are going to actually get worse, I believe, because people aren't going to be happy with the election results come November 3rd. And is LAPD ready to handle this? And I know the chief said something about the shields that you're going to be giving them, but I just hope that there's enough protection for police officers and for civilians with the civil unrest. Are you as a board helping LAPD to do their job or hurting them? Lakers was really bad. I mean, I think this is going to be worse. Some say Antifa is only an idea. This is completely false. Antifa is a terrorist organization. Just look up Anti-Fascist Action and they are ready to, quote, end Republicans. There's no reason to allow them to exist in polite society. We can live a better life when they are gone. Traitors deserve to be dealt with. We infiltrated for decades. Now is the time to strike. So this is why we don't want defunding. And we hear that there's 350 less officers, and then they're retiring and leaving. And, you know, we can't really judge them when they have to make split-second decisions, and don't assume that it's racist. God bless them. Bye.
Okay, thank you. The next speaker is T, followed by Patriot. T, you're on.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, yes. What items would you like to speak on?
All of them.
Okay, 3 minutes.
One, I would just like to, my heart goes out to Alex Flores' family. It is a disgrace what is transcended on this commission meeting today in response to this family's trauma and pain. What if Alex Flores was met with a mental health worker instead of police coming with guns drawn, murdering this man? It's an obvious propaganda machine y'all have in place here against the voices of the family and the public. The chief is absolutely criminalizing the public for our First Amendment to stand up and speak against the injustice that happens every day on the streets out here. 622 of our people have been murdered out here with zero accountability. And you fail to address the violence within the police department and the gangs within the police department. But you want to criminalize and harass the families that have been impacted by police violence. It's disgraceful. This is the third week. After 3 weeks, I've been able to make a comment. I've been silenced, along with BLM and Black community members. I have not heard one comment from any of our Black community members or BLM members. You've allowed people to go on here and slam organizations and be off topic. You've allowed people to go on and spread further propaganda perpetuated by Busquiano. And, excuse me, I'm going to find Chief Moore has made well-crafted presentations. We get a minute to unpack and respond, which commissioners have been limiting to further silence us. You speak about violence and make it seem like the public is the problem and that the police are the problem, escalating violence, abusing and killing our folks with zero accountability. We demand justice, accountability. We demand independent investigations. For the police responsible for the crime cannot investigate themselves. We want to defund the police. We want Chief Moore fired. We want justice for Alex Flores. This commission is a disgrace. Good day.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Betty Lay, followed by Stephen Strange. Betty Lay, you're on. Betty Lay, what items would you like to speak on? Okay, Betty? Okay, we'll come back to Betty. Stephen Strange?
Yes, can you hear me?
Hi, yes. What items would you like to speak on?
1, 2, and 3.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Okay, the first thing I would like to say is condolences to the Flores family. A family loss is always difficult, but I resent the attack on the LAPD as being racist. And all you have to do to look at this incident is to go on YouTube and look at the video of the shooting. Flores is obviously charging the officer with a knife in his hand, the officer as a last resort. In immediate defense of his life, took the action that he needed to take. Mental illness does not mean it's an excuse for an attack on a citizen or an officer.
The officers have to do what they have to do to go home. They are human beings also. To demonize the police as being racist, as many of these so-called activists do on a weekly basis, is a disgrace. Let's talk about BLM for a moment. I call them Bolshevist, leftist, Marxist. That's what they are. When they go out into the street, now what the chief says is, he uses that term peaceful protest. Okay, 7% were peaceful protesters. I don't believe that, okay? You can't quantify something like that. And you have people that go out there maybe peacefully protesting, but they're being used as shields for revolutionaries to go out there and attack our police officers, to attack the police headquarters, to attack the federal building. These are not people that want to contribute to the community police public safety issue. They're there to destroy. You cannot compromise with those kind of people. In terms of getting shields, Chief, that is not a good idea. The LAPD does not need shields. The LAPD needs to be empowered to deal with people who are attacking them. And I think you know what I'm talking about. You've been in the business long enough. If you don't, talk to the rank and file, get on the line yourself. And I encourage the police commissioners to go out there also and be on the front lines and see what is really out there. You will see Revolutionary Communist Party, Refuse Fascism, Antifa, which is descended from the Red Front, which has always been an organization that will use violence to try to destroy. Revolution is what they're about. And so the shields, the officers should not have people within striking distance of them. If they come within striking distance, they should be struck. That should be clear. Okay, I do not want to see police officers like they were in Washington, D.C., having their shields pushed into their helmets. That is outrageous. If you want to protest, you can protest from a safe distance. The police will guarantee your constitutional right to protest. So let's talk reality. Week after week, I hear rhetoric about racism. It is complete nonsense. Look at the reports made by victims in Los Angeles. 90% of the suspects are Black and Hispanic. So of course, you're going to have more stops on Blacks and Hispanics. That's the truth and reality.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Ann Fisher, and then we'll try Betty Lay once more.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, yes. What items would you like to speak on?
I'd like to speak on the police chief's report, general comments, and item B, investigation by internal affairs, and item 3, donations.
Okay, 3 minutes.
1, projectiles. And I just want to read a brief news report that was put out on CNBC by Amnesty International. It talks about the use of projectiles and deadly force. And there is new technology, and I don't know if you're aware of it or looking into it. There's a newest tool called the Bola Wrap. It's a handheld device that shoots out an 8-foot Kevlar cord that wraps around a suspect. There are long-range acoustic devices, also known as sound cannons, directed energy weapons that use lasers to heat a person's skin, and new projectiles made from things like foam and chalk, stink bombs, and of course, a taser. The projectiles are so dangerous. They're dangerous to our officers and they're dangerous to our community that they're being used on. I would like you to at least consider that. In regard to police reports, we need to have a victim validation, authentication of truth or events, and proof of filing. The internal affairs, I myself I'm a victim of crime, and I put in a complaint, and they didn't even interview me. They didn't come and collect my evidence. I had photos, audios, text messages, proof of technology crimes against me, stalking, and some of them were police involved within this revenge tactic on me due to a domestic violence situation. And nobody called me during this investigation by internal police to verify my complaint, collect the evidence, and interview me. Yet I was given a letter by Chief Moore stating that he had worked with internal affairs and that none of this ever happened. Well, I will tell you that if you had looked at my evidence, it did all happen. I'm not some crazy lady. I am a longtime business worker and very intelligent person. And unfortunately, I have lost faith in the department and in the internal affairs investigation process. We cannot have the internal investigation be a part of the police force because that's a conflict of interest. Technology crimes. I was given no assistance. That detectives in the police department don't understand technology. It's hard for anybody to understand. And we need to spend more money in getting at least possibly a division of the police to understand technology, because technology crimes are growing, and GPS tracking, interference with security, it's becoming a big problem. It's going to get worse. Masks. We still have seen many photos of officers not wearing masks. Gangs. There is reported 486 gangs on the police website. And given an estimate of 300 members per gang, that's 140,000 gang members, if not more, living in our community. Though very few top leaders of crime are identified and almost none arrests of the Caucasian descent, which is.
Okay, thank you. We'll try Betty Lay once more. Betty Lay, you're on. Betty Lay. Okay. We'll move on to Phil Tabby. Phil Tabby, you're on. Okay, we'll come back to Phil. Minerva Garcia.
I'm here.
Oh, hi. What items did you like to speak on?
Item 4, item 1, and item 2.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Yes, I am calling in regarding the shooting of Alex Flores by Steve Ruiz from the Newton Division. I have been, my family has been affected by police violence, and I know the tactics that the police use. They don't release information. They refuse to tell you what really happened. The footage that they release sometimes is doctored, and it is proven. And I have been with the Flores family on Fridays at the Newton Division, and I have seen the disrespect that the police have shown towards these grieving families. October 2nd, we were there at Newton Station doing our actions on Friday, and 2 of the officers came on the roof and started dancing and laughing at us. They were laughing at these grieving families who have lost loved ones to police violence. And I think the commission should know that you think that, oh, all officers are conducting themselves so well. Well, it's bullshit. The second incident at Southeast Station on Saturday, another victim, David Flores, we went to protest, and again, officers were on the roof, and there was a blonde officer laughing at us and videotaping us. So yeah, you tell us that you conduct yourself so well, but the reality is much, much different. And I hope I get those videos and I will prove to you how disrespectful these police officers act. And you say, oh, you know, you're fearing for your lives in these communities. Well, the only thing I agree on with the chief regarding item 1 is that, yeah, funding, more services need to be given to the community, and the money needs to come from your bloated police budget. Why do you need tanks? Why do you need these tasers? Why do you need all this weaponry to use against the community when in fact all that money could be invested into those communities that sorely need those resources, so that we don't have to call you at all and your job becomes obsolete? And then lastly, the public comment. What a disgrace. What a disgrace that you have made it so, you know, you've truncated it to the point where it's useless. And are you even really listening, police commissioners? I think all of you are a joke. I think you all just do it for theater and public show. I think all of you should be without a job. And any of those people that commented are in our pro-police and are saying, oh, they're revolutionaries, are out there trying to kill you. It's bullshit.
Madam Secretary, what happened? Madam Secretary? It looks like we, Mr. Teefank, it looks like we lost the connection to the Secretary of the Commission.
I will go check, ma'am. Give me a moment.
Oh, I'm here, ma'am. I just froze for a second, but I'm doing.
She did not complete her comments. I think she had, well, she only had a few seconds left, but I think she was concluding. Is she still in queue?
I don't see her at all online.
All right, she might have disconnected. All right, if we can move on then to the next speaker.
Okay, the next speaker is Kim.
And this is our last speaker today. Thank you.
Kim, you're on. Kim?
Let's try the next one, or if we, if you can recall people you were not able to get. I think you tried everybody, but just move on then.
Okay, we'll go with SB.
Good morning. I'd like to speak on items 1, 2, and item 3A.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Thank you. It is very sad to hear from the Flores family, and I hope with time they will understand that officers did not respond to that situation with the intention to kill their son. I hope they and others will understand that this tragic situation was not based on race, but that Mr. Flores did not have his mental health needs met before this shooting occurred. As the chief notes, homicides are up 25% this year, and we have already surpassed the number of murders that occurred last year. Our communities of color are seeing the worst of it, with a 35% increase in Black men being shot in the community and a 14% increase in Latinos being shot. We need to act to stop this violence from escalating. LAPD officers see, hear, and experience unspeakable horrors more than any of us as average citizens will ever have to deal with. Just in the past week, LAPD officers saved 4 people from being murdered by a gunman in South LA and rescued an infant and elderly woman who had been kidnapped during a carjacking. Now our officers are being attacked and shot at for no other reason than they wear a uniform. And this is something that those calling in demanding we defund the police do not understand. They do not seem to comprehend the dangerous realities of life in our communities. Individuals who call in each week to denounce the LAPD and police tactics have no concept on how difficult policing is and need to spend more time actually working to better our communities. During this time, LAPD officers are the ones continuing to participate in several community support activities. What we are seeing is LAPD supporting our communities of color and working hard every day to keep our communities safe. We are not seeing BLM or other social activists working to improve conditions in our communities. What BLM and their supporters are doing is making us all unsafe by creating and encouraging violent situations through their rhetoric and hateful messaging. If BLM and others are really sincere about improving quality of life and equity for all of us, they should be standing with this department in condemning violence and putting in the hard work to assist our communities instead of inciting violence. This commission and our city's leadership needs to step forward and strongly condemn acts of violence against police officers in our communities. We need you to really lead if we hope to retain some semblance of civility in our communities, especially as we expect more violence from these groups leading up to the election. Please act to keep our officers and community safe. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you to all the speakers who came forward today. That concludes the comment. Commissioners, thank you for your indulgence while I tried to accommodate public comment for a number of people who needed and wanted to speak today. But let's now go back to our agenda as presented. We did hear from the Chief of Police, and we were at the point where I usually take questions for the Chief. Are there questions for the Chief that you would like to present today? Commissioner Soboroff, I see your mic is open. Did you want to say something, sir?
Yes, please.
Go ahead. Thanks.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay, morning, Chief. 2 questions. One on the Laker situation, and also I think it goes back to any situation where a dispersal order is in sequence called and becomes becomes in effect. How careful are we that when we call a dispersal order, that there's always a way out? In other words, okay, disperse, but you're surrounded. How, as far as our training, et cetera, goes, when we say disperse, it should be this way out, not disperse. And how do we deal with that?
So thank you, Commissioner. The training and the review of each of these instances will include what was the dispersal order? Did they provide sufficient time? Was it communicated? Was there a direction of travel or exit? Was it an unlawful assembly declared? Who is the person declaring it? So those are basic components. It is expected that people have an opportunity to hear and also be aware and have been given a reasonable means of which to leave the area. And again, the path is provided. Lastly, there are also instances in which dispersal orders are given and the nature of the ongoing destruction or violence is such that the officers are moving towards those committing that violence, committing those actions. But even in the midst of that, the point of this, and I've seen some evidence of this in some review of body worn, of officers continuing to announce to disperse, to leave the area is closed, to the unlawful assembly, and for people to be directed out. One of the things that one of the aspects of looking over our past performance during the summer months, and some confusion or apparent people who believe or assert that they were unaware, is that we in speaking with this leadership team, we'll be working with our Department Operations Center to do what's called WIA, which is wide communications via cell phones in an impacted area that will announce these closures. We do work with media representatives to announce closures and dispersal orders, but we'll also be working with that emergency communication system so that everyone that is in these targeted areas will receive that message. Now, apologies in advance. The nature of those messages are such that they go sometimes through a line of sight, so it may impact other areas, but we'll be clear that this is an unlawful assembly declared at this location. People are to leave the area, and the route or expected means for them to achieve that will be included in those messaging.
Okay, great. Thank you. So 2 weeks from today is the election. The polls will open and the polls will close. This is a three-pronged question. Is it safe in Los Angeles for people to go to their polls and vote? Are they going to be met with these self-imposed monitors that walk around with guns and things like that? What's your message to the people of Los Angeles regarding election day? That's question A. Question B is, between the election and the time that the election is called could be a number of days, could be a week or two. Again, how are we planning on that, on the uncertainty with that from the department's perspective? And then the last portion is there's going to be a winner called eventually. And how are we going to keep Angelenos safe and allow people to have their rights to say that they're happy or unhappy? And have you talked to other agencies, other departments, federal departments, government departments? Just want to sort of give an overview of are we safe during this period?
So we are safe. Let me start with the first part. We are working with all of our partners, both first responders, emergency partners here in the state of Los Angeles, as well as with LA County Chiefs. I was on a meeting yesterday. It's a weekly meeting with LA County Chiefs to talk about the approaching election cycle and anticipated protest demonstrations, how to facilitate those. Also preparation, working with our LA County partners, including the Sheriff's Department, and well as our federal partners and state partners, as to should instances of peaceful demonstrations and protests, should they devolve and should they become, should individuals or groups become violent, become, whether it be attacking officers or others, or acts of violence in the sense of neighborhood, whether it be arson or looting and so forth, is how will the mechanism, the emergency operations mechanism work. We are planning for the effort to facilitate this lawful expression. This is the most important aspect in our democracy, is an election, is the right to vote. We're working with the county register. We have to understand where the polling places are, to also understand their mechanism to ensure that those polling places are safe, as well as to encourage all Angelenos to use their vote by mail. Polling places are opening early. It's not going to just be a November 3rd. There'll be earlier polling places locally. People can go to any polling place of their choice. The election rules and governance of it is I think much more expansive today in an effort to facilitate people's right and need to vote and participate in this election. There'll be COVID specific in the sense of protective measures for people to be safe, and a safe and a public health safety standpoint as well. And then for our involvement, should there be disturbances, which we don't anticipate. In California, particularly in this state, we're unlike many other portions of the state, of the country, where we have seen other places with armed militia and people who come and are monitoring polling places. There are specific laws that prohibit that in this state and in this city and county. And our personnel have been briefed up, as well as our coordination with those posting the election, and work with the Secretary of State, the county register, to ensure that the polling monitoring will be done. There'll be nonpartisan individuals who run those polling places that will ensure that people are following the law, that there's no temperament for any intimidation or any politicking or other prohibited activities. And again, we will use and we accessing our senior lead officers and our regular patrols, should there be a disturbance, should there be a violation, to go and to ensure that that action is corrected. Between now and Election Day, the organization continues to reflect over the last 5 months of what we've seen with protests and activities. Again, the vast majority we've facilitated peacefully. For those that have not gone that way and have devolved into acts of violence, we've looked at our staffing, our command and control, provisions for logistics, as well as for our field jail operations, and every eventuality should it worsen and become something that we need to step into with a greater level of authority and restore order and ensure the safety of our community and everyone that's there. With that, we will be seeing added deployments of this department will be an all uniform establishment. All uniform personnel will be working beginning November 2nd going forward. And the staffing of this will also be staggered so that we can enhance our staffing well into the evening hours. Should activities go where we facilitate protests and demonstrations, we'll have the ability to add staffing to help ensure the safety of individuals who may find themselves in the downtown corridor or in other parts of the city. If we were to see situations worsen, we will of course work our emergency operations plan and take and pull other levers and that would be available and that we used frankly at the end of May and into early June. But I am hopeful that Angelenos in this portion of the country will, in a highly contested election, will exercise their First Amendment rights, that we will facilitate that they exercise their right and responsibility to vote, and that we can go through the coming weeks and months. As you said, the uncertainty of the outcome of this, and especially on the national level, may be delayed. I have no specific information. I listen to accounts as everyone else. I'm hopeful for a relatively quick resolution, but if there's sort of stretch out, then of course as a department, we'll work with all of our local officials in communicating and hearing, listening, and ensuring that public safety continues in Los Angeles is our primary responsibility.
Thank you, Chief.
Commissioner Seberoff, have you concluded, sir? Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Chief, if I could just ask some follow-ups on the Laker event, for lack of a better term. You brought up a couple of things related to that were a bit concerning. First, you spoke about officers facing motors, pyrotechnic devices. I wonder if you could explain that in a little more detail, but also the proposal to obtain shields. And the, excuse me one moment there. And the, is that with respect to the pyrotechnic devices, or what projectiles are you envisioning the shields would assist with? And separately, but related to that event, I'd like to understand the actions or the evaluation the department will be going through in evaluating the less lethal devices. What are you exploring there in terms of, you know, the amount of assuming all of these incidents as your investigation continues and ultimately might be presented to the board? While I don't want to ask about those specific instances, generally speaking, the impact of less lethal devices on individuals seems to cause significant damage. And I'm wondering, what evaluation are you doing as a department to determine the value of those devices, whether they cause an excessive amount of damage for what the department is seeking to do? And I ask part of these questions just to let you know in terms of my thinking and what the use of force committee should, how the use of force committee should ultimately be evaluating this. I realize a long-winded question with several parts there, sir.
So let's start with the beginning. We had eight injuries to the earlier caller who believed that I started the conversation with indicating 8 officers were injured, and later on the aftermath of the Laker NBA finals, closed my remarks that there were no officers injured. That's not correct. There were 8 officers that were injured. 1 officer, these were impact injuries coming from projectiles. And those projectiles included the use of what people have characterized as commercial grade pyrotechnics. Commercial grade pyrotechnics meaning that fireworks that were meant to be what are commonly referred to as mortar rounds fired into the air with a starburst or concussion effect, as well as a visual array of burning gunpowder or black powder. Those have been used increasingly in other parts of the country as well as here in Los Angeles against officers involved in when these demonstrations become unlawful and they become violent. I've seen them used as early as back in May, in the late May, early June. And then we've seen them continue in their use across other major cities as well. They pose as well as the use of laser devices, and then the use of rocks, bottles, frozen bottles, canned goods as weapons thrown at officers, hurled at officers, sometimes with spring devices or if you will, elastic devices that's meant to projectile them over a period of time. And officers are being struck by it. Currently, previous to this current evolution of tactics that we're seeing when the instances turn violent, officers are equipped with a ballistic helmet and with a bulletproof, if you will, or bullet resistant vest, and then a standard uniform, which when dealing with those types of weapons can pose an imminent risk of serious bodily injury or death to the officer. We have seen projectiles fracture skulls, create broken bones, impact injuries, lacerations. The number of 8 that I had from the aftermath of the Laker celebration was the latest chapter, but in each of the instances, including the week before, where similar tactics were used, we have had officers injured. In looking at our alternatives, there's been a couple of that have been brought up that we've begun looking at is how do we protect our personnel from these assaults? And historically, our efforts have been to isolate the individuals that are involved and take them into custody quickly, so that we can minimize the threat. If we're unable to do that, to disperse the group. And again, the less lethal means has been an ability to impact individuals who are posing that imminent threat. The use of shields has been brought up most recently as a means of deflecting those types of weapons, those types of when people start throwing those from within a crowd that offer officers an alternative to simply having no other alternative but to stand there and be struck by these projectiles. It is not meant, as I said earlier today, to escalate the encounter. I am very concerned about the projectiles that have been used in demonstrations here and across this country. We are seeing an escalation in some of these violent demonstrations to include Molotov cocktails, to include gopher bombs, to include items filled with pesticide, urine, human feces, and being used against officers in the expression in these demonstrations. So this escalation against the officers and against officers who are trying to restore order and to minimize the damage, injury to themselves, to minimize the property destruction. These are very serious matters, and these are very serious encounters. We do see other agencies use shields and use them apparently, what we believe as an effective deterrent to help counter this threat. It won't eliminate it, but it's an effort to counter it. Secondly, we've seen other agencies increase the level of armor on their personnel, meaning added pads and shields, and much like you would see, just added padding and plastic ordainment and stuff that is meant to give an officer more shielding from an impact. I'm less supportive of that because I believe, much like a helmet and baton and the use of officers in the presence of a scene, those types of imagery can escalate a situation emotionally. And I think that if the presentation of a shield, first of all, I don't envision that we'll use them in all instances when we have lawful and present peaceful demonstrations or just peaceful demonstrations involving themselves in civil disobedience. We don't have officers don their helmets. We don't have officers unring their batons. Officers are there to facilitate and to minimize the militarized view of them. But as situations begin to escalate, we need our officers to have the tools to protect themselves, to ensure that their safety remains paramount. And I see the procurement of a shield as a step in that direction. It's an unfortunate step. It's a step I wish we would not have to move to. But the reality is that with the presence and the persistence of these threats, I think it's a measured and a responsible act in protecting our people. Lastly, in regards to after action and the continued use and review of our less lethal tools, this is a very serious concern of ours. It's frankly what I remarked, tying in the procurement of shields as an effort to try to minimize the reliance on that weapon system. And just yesterday in our senior staff meeting, as we spoke about the aftermath of other protests and the injuries that we've seen reported and attributed to us, is the continued diligence of our field commanders, of our linebackers, and of our personnel using these weapon systems, that there's great restraint and that we minimize their use whenever possible, and that we use tactics that don't result in an over-reliance on this. So again, this is a continued balancing act. I am grateful that 9 out of 10 demonstrations in the city, and I think it's far higher than that, go without use of force, without any arrest. We've seen, for instance, in the demonstrations involving this unfortunate and the terrible circumstances of the conflict involving Armenia and Azerbaijan, that in the tens of thousands of people that have gathered and expressed their views and expressed and want the world to hear and see what is unfolding across the world on this event, that they've done so in a manner that we have facilitated with no arrests and with no violence and no arsons and no injuries to officers. There's been a rare occasion where that has escalated otherwise. We can do this. We can have the most valued and cherished point of our American rights, which is the expression of our beliefs. We can do this without resorting to violence. But I'm also responsible for the welfare of people in this organization, as I know this commission is also dedicated to, and that we're going to protect them with the appropriate equipment. I would never have wished to have to procure 10,000 protective eyewear for lasers, that we have officers that have been permanently injured by the use of lasers by protesters. So this escalation of tools, it is also something that, as I monitor major city chiefs and agencies across the country, we're witnessing this at persistence in other agencies and even to a greater volume. So these added safeguards, I believe, are responsible and the right measured approach. And of course, we will bring this back before the commission as early as next week to have a presentation on the item to demystify it and to show that what it is, it's a tool and it has an appropriate place within the toolkit. And I think it's important.
Thank you for that explanation, Chief. I think it's very important the commissioners have a much more detailed understanding of both the potential positive values of the shields for officers, and I think we have to monitor their effectiveness should it be approved by the commission, and would ask that you and your team work with the Use of Force Committee to both continue the evaluation of it and the evaluation of the less lethal weapons. And I know that's also an independent review currently in progress, but I think working with the Use of Force subcommittee on that would be very helpful, Chief. So thank you. Before I open it up to Commissioner Bonner and Commissioner Kalanche for questions, I had an additional question on the number of homicides when you indicated or projected that we could be over 300 this year in the city of Los Angeles. And that is an enormous tragedy for the city, given the work that was done by the community, by the department and the entire city to bring the number of homicides each year down. And I do recall in 2009 when everyone was static, it was under 300, but hoping to drop it more. And given that COVID, it appears, is not going away anytime soon, I wonder if I could get some insights on your thinking moving forward, particularly, with the GRID team, given that their significant and impactful efforts have been hampered during the pandemic. Are the teams working together to come up with new ideas to, instead of canceling what used to happen, think about what could happen during the pandemic to try to address these issues and to try and engage more, and particularly with the intervention workers? I wonder if that process is underway and you'd rather come back another time. I'd appreciate, that's fine as well. But obviously the homicides going up so significantly is a grave concern for all.
Yes, I spoke with Ms. Trimbley as recently as this morning, and the conversations are ongoing. I've got a member of my personal staff that works with her office that works with interventionists, community interventionists, as well as the ambassador program. And I know that our deputy chiefs and area commanding officers are also working with their local representatives to understand what the interplay is and how we can look to them more, and what different ways can they help diffuse this volatility that we see out there. This is a challenge for us. What we are doing with our own work is understanding that our levers, that our enforcement strategies, that our awareness, that our community engagement, as well as encouraging people to step forward and ask for peace and to put the weapons down and to stop the senseless violence, that's our narrative. And again, yesterday talking with the Watts Gang Task Force, I know there's a number of community-based organizations outside of GRID as well that is trying to reach out into neighborhoods, into small groups and larger groups, and encourage them to come to a table, to come to have a discussion, and to how do we take our communities and empower them so we can minimize and reduce this loss of life. So I have no, there's no magic solution on this. I do think it is a resource-driven issue. I think that this is a time when people have continued, when there's a great call to shift reliance on policing for public safety. That shift has occurred. So now is an absolute need, an absolute demand for us to invest in these intervention and prevention services, because the sense of fabric in our communities is fraying. The sense of control, of the social contract, if you will, is fraying. COVID is not going away. There is, I've heard this issue of COVID fatigue, but there are a lack of jobs, a lack of hope in some instances, and a lot of time on people's hands. And they're going and they're gathering in public places. And unfortunately, people are resorting to carrying weapons and using weapons as they get into these disputes or as they try to retaliate or seek vengeance because of a perceived earlier slight or insult. And it's impacting our African-American and brown communities the most and most devastatingly. So we've got to get, we, the collective shared responsibility needs to step into this more forcefully. And I welcome those conversations.
Thank you, Chief. Commissioner Bonner, Commissioner Kalanche, do you have any questions for the Chief?
Let me defer to Commissioner Kalanche first.
Sure, I have a couple of quick questions. Hello, Chief. The fifth, I think you said that the gun arrests were either up 50% or was it 150%?
Gun arrests are up 45%. Weapon arrests up 45% from July to the arrests in September. In fact, 77th Division made more weapon arrests in a single month than all of the entire Valley did, 69.
I'm wondering if you could provide us with age breakdowns.
Yes.
Yeah, so I would love to see if there's any like clusters, especially when you're talking about intervention. If, for instance, if gun arrests are people over, if the majority of gun arrests are people like say over 30, then we need to shift the way we do intervention services to address those populations versus the grid services 18 to 24 or 25, right? So I'm wondering if you could provide me that data, that would be great. And as well as homicides, if you could provide us the age breakdown in homicides.
Yes.
And then lastly, just based on the public comment, can you just do a little bit of investigation on the allegations of Ms. Minerva Garcia regarding the, I think it was Southeast officers on the roofs laughing when folks were protesting or yeah.
Yes, I'm happy to. And she alluded to having some either captured some video or something to that degree. I would welcome that and look forward to seeing that.
Yeah, because that would be unfortunate. And then the Ann Fisher, who complained that nobody contacted her regarding a complaint.
So I would, if I could, ask the Inspector General. I believe this is an individual that we have previously reviewed, but I would ask for the Inspector General's review of that. If there, in that the closeout letter came from the department, if there was a shortfall in that, I think me looking at that further, I would rather add the autonomy of the Inspector General.
Yeah, thank you. And I was going to ask the Inspector General to follow up on those two items. So Mr. IG, Mr. Smith, please do. And please provide Commissioner Kalanche the information when you do.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. Commissioner Kalanche, did you have any further questions?
No.
Oh, great. Mr. Bonner, sir.
Thank you. First, I want to apologize. I had a little user issue at the beginning of the meeting. You know, I was adjusting some settings and I worked it out. So I apologize for that. Also, we'll hold my questions on the closed session for the closed session, except that I don't know who would be appropriate, whether it's the IT or other. There was also the concern about the accuracy of the translation from the Flores family's comments. So I'd appreciate some comment on that as well at some, however and whenever appropriate. Relative to the chief's report, if I heard you correctly, and you were discussing the increase in violence, and I think you were indicating there would be some further information forthcoming as to what's being done about it, so to speak. And I wanted to just remind you, I think in the last meeting during your absence, there was a discussion with Chief Arcos about this as well, and I was asking for a similar comment just broadly on this question. And in particular, what I'm wanting to understand is you've mentioned the engagement with grid and some of the constraints and things around that. But I really want to know how the department's engagement with the community is addressing that risk of over and under policing. In this context in particular, so I don't know if part of what's being done it involves more resources and more deployments and so on, but to the degree it does, that's an issue that I'm interested in particular is really what is the community asking for and how is the department responding to that one way or the other. So if you have a comment now, I'd welcome that, but I just want to make sure you know that request was made and we're looking forward to that input.
I've got a desk note here dated the 16th of October that was from Chief Arcos. I'm working with, and I'll work with Deputy Chief Choi in my office. There's a series of questions that commissioners have asked over time. And our hope is that my desire is that we provide information and get that to the individual commissioners and via Mr. T-Fank. And there is a desk note here that went into some detail, particularly in South Los Angeles, as to their outreach and engagement and the various levels of that engagement, the size of the community groups and the names and variations of who makes up those community groups. Most recently, in the last 2 weeks, Chief Regina Scott, as well as the individual captains, have worked specifically with council offices that are in those areas, as well as identified community stakeholders and leaders to talk about the increase in violence that we're seeing, and also to strategize with them as to what strategies, what efforts can we embark on to try to lower the violence. And with that, have also sought and achieved consensus of added resources that have been moved into those areas, particularly motor officers and added patrol units, so that the officers that are in those current areas can spend more time in those neighborhoods to understand, have engagements with people who are there peacefully, and also protect those that are being preyed upon by others that are in the neighborhood. So we've added staffing and added visibility in an effort to deter violence. But and in each of the instances, local leadership has been brought into the conversation to collaborate together. We're also, and we talk about this, these are not just blanket deployments. These are not just suppression, like keep your head down deployments. These are deployments of resources that are given vehicle descriptions. When we have suspect descriptions or known individuals that we believe are responsible for this violence, for the people to have that information in their possession. And then we also work with the community to ask them to bring people to justice, to bring and work with communities that have committed violence and have those individuals be accountable, if you will, in an effort to quell further appetite for retaliation. And I've got a comment on that last point, to the point that the Community Safety Partnership Bureau has been instrumental in that area, working with relationships that it has within neighborhoods in which we are aware of violence and the impact of it, and being able to work through a network that encourage people who've committed violence to take responsibility for it in an effort to save lives.
Yeah,
I'll get you.
I appreciate that. On the last point in particular, that was one of the questions I hope will be addressed, is the degree to which that bureau, and in particular the expectation that there's a resource of knowledge and expertise there that may be brought to bear. I want to understand if that's already in the works in some way, shape, or form. And then lastly, I'd suggest maybe we'll see what that desk notes looks like, but I'd just ask Commissioner Decker also to just consider whether this warrants a separate agenda item. Right now it's been discussed as part of the chief's report for somewhat obvious reasons in terms of the nature of the information. But this if we have this broad situation with an increase in violent crime across the city, and I'd like to have a full discussion of the topic, and so that we're not throwing out a few questions, leaving out there the suggestions, about what may be behind it, and so on and so forth, but also so that if there are others who have different views about the strategies that you might be developing, it'd be helpful to hear that as well, or at least include it as part of the conversation. So I'd ask that be considered. And then lastly, Chief, I wanted to remind you as well, another thing that I had asked Chief Arcos for, and this is not a complaint that is not here yet. It's just reminding you in terms of the importance of at least the seriousness with which I'm making the request. And that was relative to the COVID situation, and the request was for a full briefing or even presentation on the department's overall situation. And namely, what I was referring to was, on the one hand, we've had a large amount of PPE and other materials and resources rather that have been made available to the department, and we want to understand how that's being utilized and so on, and including the hopefully an improved practice of officers wearing masks and things of that nature. And then I'd also had some questions about the situations where you have department personnel that are testing positive for COVID, and it's still somewhat unclear to me, at least, as to what the department protocols are relative to contact tracing and things of that nature. In particular, if an officer has had exposure to members of the public, are there efforts being made to contact people outside the department, coworkers, and the full set of issues? So I just wanted to underscore that request again, not that there's something late already, but to make sure that you're aware of the importance of it.
Yes, I've got my notes here that report back on the comprehensive report in response to COVID is due back to our chief of staff on the 28th of October. And again, what I would look to is I got these action item briefings yesterday, and forgive me, but I'm looking to actually work through Mr. Tefang to give you the responses. Some of these will occur within a week or two, others will take more time depending on how comprehensive the nature of the request is and the challenges in gathering information. But
I appreciate that. And again, similar kind of thought that there's a really broad public interest in the information as well, not simply because of the questions and comments that we've heard at the meetings, but on that last point in particular, I think there is a heightened sensitivity or an awareness, or at least in my view there should be, for people wanting to know, especially on contact tracing, is do they have a way of knowing whether they've been in contact with someone who has had some exposure or tested positive, in particular when that person may be a first responder of some type, whether it's police, fire, or anybody else. So I'd like to make sure we have some public presentation or conversation of it when appropriate.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anything further?
Thank you.
Very good. We will now move on to our regular agenda. Members of the commission, given the time, and I think that A, B, and C may take us some time to get through, unless you object, I think items D through M will be less time, and there are a number of staff members waiting to hear if their item gets called and if there are questions. So I intend to start with D, work our way to M, and then go back to A, B, and C. Just so that all those staff members don't wait for what will probably be an hour or two at least for us to get through the earlier items. So with that, and seeing no objection and hearing none, I'm going to call item D. Commissioners, are there questions on item D? No questions on item D. The requested action is to receive the report, transmit to Mayor and City Council for acceptance. I'll move the matter forward. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Soberoff. All in favor, please open your mics. Say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? It passes 4-0. Thank you. Item E. Are there any questions, Commissioners, on E? Seeing no questions, the requested action is to receive the report, transmit to Mayor and City Council for acceptance. I'll move that forward. Is there a second?
Second.
It's seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It passes 4-0 as well. The next item, item F. Commissioners, are there questions on item F? Seeing no hands or questions, I will, the requested board action is to approve the report and accept the donation. I will move the matter forward. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It passes 4-0 as well. Item G. Commissioners, is there a question on item G? Very well. We'll move forward with the item. The requested board actions to approve the report and accept the donation. I will move it forward. Is there a second?
Second.
Second. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? It passes 4-0 as well. Item H. Is there a question on item H, commissioners? Very well. The requested board action is to approve the report and accept the donation. I will move that forward. Is there a second?
Second.
Second. All in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It passes 4-0. Commissioner Kalanche, I'm not sure if your mic is on. I can't hear you if you're voting. With respect to item I, is there a question from commissioners? No questions. I will move the matter forward to approve the department's report and accept the donation. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 4-0. Item J, the requested board action. Oh, are there questions? Seeing no hands. The requested board action is to approve the department's report and accept the donation. I will move it forward. Is there a second?
Second.
Second. All in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Passes 4-0. Item K, are there questions, commissioners, on item K?
Yes.
Commissioner, very well. And may I ask, are there questions on L?
Not for me.
M? L or M? All right, let's take the votes on L and M, and then I'll call up K. The requested board action on item L is to approve the department's report and transmit to City Council. I will move it forward. Is there a second?
Second.
Second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
It passes 4-0. And M, I will move the item forward to approve the department's report and transmit to the city clerk. I will move it. Is there a second?
Second.
Second. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Very well. Thank you, commissioners, for that. And let's call up item K. Commander, I think it's Commander Rinkunis or Captain Ponce or Captain Ponce. And Commissioner Bonner, you have the floor as soon as they are brought up.
Okay. Thank you.
Oh, there's Commander Rinkunis. Thank you. Welcome, sir.
Good morning, Commissioner. How are you?
Oh, well, thank you. Thank you very much. So I had questions. Are you reasonably familiar with the various donation requests that are included in this item?
Yes, sir. I've reached the captains that have submitted the request, and I should be able to answer a question. Any questions?
So there's two sets of concerns. One about being where there may be some things that are late, and other cases where things may be early. And what I'm referring to is there's a couple of items here, if I'm reading this correctly, where they've indicated that there's a donation for an event or some activity that's been canceled this year because of COVID, and that it may be rescheduled to next year, to 2021. And so I'm asking, really, in those cases, I believe that relates to the softball tournament, the $14,380 for the holiday party, the $10,000 for another holiday party, and the meals and activities, $2,000. Those are items, as I'm reading it, are things that may or may not happen at some yet to be determined time next year. And the question is, what is the thinking and the rationale for approving and accepting those donations at this point in time?
I believe, sir, so due to the causes, as you mentioned with COVID, all those events have been suspended. So the thought process is, if approved, they would go into or be held by our fiscal operations group until that party, the new date, was acquired. And so the funds would already be approved by the commission. And then therefore, when the approved date was found at some point, hopefully next year, then we would be able to release the funds to that division, per se, to use it for the events listed in the report.
So these strike me as situations then where, like when you think about the holiday party, for example, these must be situations where every year they have the benefit of some donation for this activity, and so it's kind of on some regular cycle. So they've got it coming through now, and even though the event may not happen, they're wanting to receive it and park it in this fund.
Yes, sir. So the donations do come in, and there's annual holiday parties at each area every year. And just due to the situation, as you mentioned, everything is on hold. So the group donating still wants to support and donate the funds, but it's in everyone's best interest to hold the funds with our fiscal group until that party could be arranged, or various activity could be arranged. And still, it's still unknown. We don't even know next year if we can even get into that. So that's why all the funds will be held and not used until the appropriate date can be set.
So what I would ask, at least for going forward, is now these that I'm asking about appear to all be in Foothill, so I'm not sure if it's a particular approach or just practice that they have there. But just across the board, I will have some concern, I think, with a continuation of accepting a lot of donations for things that may or may not, in fact, happen. So I'm just not, unless there's some reason why, there's a use it or lose it kind of, situation or some other reason. I just don't think it's necessary, good practice, or even necessary to accept these resources so far in advance when something's not going to, if we don't know if it's going to, when or if it's going to happen. If my assumption is correct that when these things are scheduled, the donor is going to be right there and ready, willing, and able to come forward and process the donation at that time. So that I'm seeing a little waiver in the chief's head. Maybe that's not true, but I'm just saying that as a matter of practice, we can get past this today. But if there's going to be a practice of just stockpiling donations, I need to understand why that's really a good thing for us to be approving.
So Commissioner, thank you. Obviously, we don't want to have an aging schedule of something that's projected out to 22 or 23, but at the same time, and we are historically, the challenge has been getting the review done in advance of the event and not going back and getting it post-dated. So this is a balancing act that we're trying to accomplish here. We will get through this pandemic. We will get back to each of these activities that are on here. That is, I have every assurance. And the group that is committing the funding, their ability, of course, to earmark this as they go out in their efforts to support us, it's a balancing act. But I hear you clearly. We're not going to be projecting things well into advance, but I would ask your indulgence on this because everything that we see here is something we fully intend to do. And there's actually a couple live items on here as well of equipment items right now.
Yeah, certainly there are some live items. And I think, again, I made the point, at least, that I hope you'll reflect on in terms of the broader picture. You also noted that what is correct, which is in some cases or many cases, the problem is the opposite with particularly with these holiday events and things that have come in late. And so my question relative to I believe it's what's numbers K or letters K, L, and M. These were items that I think are late in the question. The report doesn't indicate how late they are, so it's not really clear to me, what that picture looks like. Is there any information available on that?
Commissioner Bonner, I can do some research on that and provide the information to you. I will have to reach to the area involved and determine. I'm not sure if things were being held through the course of various commissions that have taken place, but I can get back to you on that issue.
And I think there's a related question that when you go back to get some information that you might check on as well, is we had a discussion recently about some recommended changes in the process that would presumably address this issue. And so that's also the question just is that if we're cleaning up those that were gummed up in the system or something for some reason, and it's pretty clear that these kind of things won't happen, at least with the same level of frequency when those new procedures are in place. Okay, that's a good place to be, but that's part of the question really, as to if you could provide some assurance along those lines as to whether these kinds of things would be addressed by the new adopting the newly proposed procedures.
Sir, we're in the process of adopting the new procedures, and I believe these are requests that have been on the table for some time. And I'm confident in that the additional requests that come through will be in line with the recommended procedures that the IG proposed, I believe, in a couple of police commissions ago.
Right.
And just to clarify that this report is dated September 30th. I believe we voted on the new procedures and report October 6th. I think they just somewhat passed logistically in the system. It's my understanding, Mr. Tiefenk, if you're there, that there's nothing pending on the commission. So it would be our expectation that everything coming forward from this point forward follows the new procedures. Am I right on the backlog, Mr. Tiefenk?
That's correct, ma'am. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification or that addition as well.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, Commissioner Bonner, I don't think Commander Rankunis would have known that.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I also wanted to just a small point also back on the issue of receiving some of these things before they're really needed or before the time. I think there is also the potential part of that review went to the conflict of interest set of issues in terms of running the screen and who's donating and those things. And there is that challenge if you're accepting a donation today from a donor and it's been reviewed and there's been the screening, but then some event or those resources are used a year from now. Probably then the question for us to ask is that screening going to, if you accept these things now, is that screening going to also take place at the time that the resources are about to be used, so that there isn't any intervening event, so to speak, that might change the appropriateness. This is also just a question as well relative to P. This is the 948778 for the gym equipment in Topanga, and just raised the question about how the department is handling COVID protocols relative to gym facilities at any of your locations. I know there's a gym facility at the headquarters building, and I'm sure there are in other some of the area offices. Is there a comment, Chief, really as to whether the in-house gym facilities are also following the COVID guidelines?
Yes, I'll have to check. We had them closed for a while, and then I think we've reopened a few of them at the request of the officers so that they can work out. They are the instances in which that's occurring. They are sanitizing, and the individuals using them are isolated, meaning that this is not, we don't have 20 people inside the workout room, but much as you have a home gym or a provision. But I'll ask. I know the facility here was shut, and in all candor, I don't use it, so I'll have to check with my staff as to if it remains closed. Commander Rankunis, are you aware?
Yes, Chief. So the gym here at the facility is open, and there are some rules in place. We don't allow more than 10 to 15 in there at one time. I'm in there every morning, and there's never more than 10. And then there compliments to all of our staff here in the building. There's sanitizers, there's spray, there's due diligence with cleaning equipment, et cetera. And the majority of folks within who are utilizing the gym are wearing masks as well. So I believe there's proper protocols in place for the use of the equipment.
Well, I think here for this, Madam Chair, you can advise me or give me your thoughts as to how best to do this. But I think when the motion is brought forward, my contingencies that I would propose building into it, one relative to those items where we're accepting something that we're not clear when or if it'll be needed. I'd like the approval to be contingent also upon the department's commitment to run the conflict screen and to also just do whatever further review is necessary when it comes to the time of using those resources. And then secondly, along the lines of the gym facilities as well, is to, right now you commented on what's going on downtown, but I'd like to make sure that somebody at least is aware of what the situation is, and to think we're not accepting,
pound 1680.
So that we're not accepting and using donated resources to open a facility and creating some undue risk. inadvertently. So what I'm asking is for you to make sure you're checking with this specific facility where this $9,400 worth of equipment is going to be used in order to make sure that they're certifying or confirming that those protocols are in place there as well before all of this is put in place and starting to be used.
Certainly, I can, on behalf of the department, we believe as we're running the academy and other functions essential to the organization that we're in compliance with all public health orders, but that goes to all use of all equipment and all provisions that they be done lawfully and consistent with requirements.
Thank you.
Mr. Inspector General, it was my understanding when I read this matter in terms of answering Commissioner Bonner's questions that the new procedures and protocols in terms of like the database and tracking all of this would be in place for these donations as well, so that we would be able to continually check and monitor the progress of the spending of donations over time. Is my understanding generally correct, sir?
Well, as far as the implementation of the recommendations, I'll leave that to the department.
Okay.
But the recommendations themselves, I do feel would have the increased rigor that speaks to Commissioner Bonner's questions.
Correct. That's how I was interpreting it. So Commander Rinkunis, I think you understand where we're going in terms of ensuring that these donations follow those protocols, even if they are coming to us very close in time to us having to approve those protocols, that we'd like to have that higher level of oversight conducted with respect to these items. And I think that's a very reasonable and a request on behalf of the commission. Is there any problem in assuring us of that?
No, Commissioner. We'll make sure that we're adhering to all the protocols, and we'll make sure that all the areas are informed of the rules and regulations as we move forward.
And then with respect specifically to these items, the anticipatory expenditures, which granted the commission did ask you to do that and not give us requests after the fact, will you report back as well as periodically as to whether the monies were actually spent on the items that were approved? Or perhaps were returned to the donors if not?
Yeah, we will follow up on that. Yes, ma'am.
All right. Commissioner Bonner, does that help address the concerns you've been expressing, sir?
Yeah, I mean, my primary goal is at a minimum is to increase sensitivity and to make sure that we're at least going to be following the recommendations that have just been approved. So thank you.
Absolutely, and perfectly fair and reasonable. Are there any other questions from commissioners on these items? On excuse me, item K, just to be clear, item K. Seeing no hands, the requested action is to approve the department's report, accept the donations, of course, with the caveats that we have expressed during this discussion. Is there a second to that motion? Any commissioner?
Second. I'll second it.
Oh, Commissioner, oh, you've seconded. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And Commissioner Soboroff, we got your vote. Thank you, sir. The 4-0. Your microphone is muted, but that's okay because now we're moving on to the earlier portion of the agenda. Thank you, commissioners, for bearing with me. And thank you, Commander Rinkunis. And I thought I saw Captain Ponce earlier. Thank you both for coming. And commissioners, thank you again. I just didn't want all of the people who wait for those items to be pending. And Madam Secretary, I think Commander Rinkunis and Captain Ponce have concluded their responsibilities for today. Thank you, sir. If you could put them back in the queue, and we'll move then to item 3. A and B, and commissioners, I thought it might be helpful to us in evaluating the department's report to hear the presentation from Internal Affairs first. So Madam Secretary, if we could ask, I understand it's Commander Eskridge who's presenting to us today on the Internal Affairs Group report, and then we will take up the complaint report. And
Commissioner, you're calling A or B?
B.
Thank you.
B on the presentation. And I believe your team chief was notified that I might do that.
No, I'm just for the record, I was momentarily confused.
No, understood. I just thought for our purposes and the commission, as we evaluate the complaint report, that it would be helpful to hear the internal affairs group presentation first. So with that, sir, I see you've been brought up to the panel. Welcome. Please begin when you're ready.
Okay, good. Afternoon, commissioners. Thank you for this opportunity. I'd like to give you an overview of the internal affairs complaint process. Regarding the source of complaints, we have public complaints as well as department complaints. Complaints are accepted through various means. Department complaint hotline. The hotline is recorded with unlimited minutes for caller to explain all details. We have the department email hotline. We have the IAG front desk. We have written correspondence to the departments, lawsuits or claim for damages. Also correspondence reported to the offices of inspector generals. All interviews are tape recorded or documented as to why it's not recorded. And general supervisors have 15 to 20 days to document why, to generate a complaint after misconduct comes to the attention of an uninvolved supervisor. 15 days is the standard and is designed to provide time for the intake supervisor to gather and review all evidence and video. The intake supervisor will provide the complainant with the CF number. All complaints are generated and processed via our complaint management system. Our complaint management system's tracking phases included investigative, including review and approval, adjudication, closeout. All our CF investigations also have a hard copy that follows the electronic version that's stored in our complaint management system. It's maintained by our administrative and review section with original signatures on this to avoid computer malfunctions. Our complaint classification unit reviews all complaints department-wide and makes a preliminary assessment about the general nature of the allegations and assign cases between 1 to 2 weeks to the chain of command or to internal affairs groups. Once classification review is completed, investigation is assigned, the 5-month goal begins. However, this does not affect the statute date. Some of our complaints are masked for confidentiality prior to assignment. This prevents the accused or unauthorized personnel from viewing complaints, complaint file numbers during the review of teams or review of the complaint management systems. And in general, the complaints that are masked are regarding command staff, ones that are sensitive in nature, and special operation division component complaints. Our chain of command division complaints investigates discourtesies, body-worn video, digital in-car video systems, neglect of duty, failure to appear, failure to qualify, conduct unbecoming, detention violations, and bias policing or demonstrably false bias policing complaints. Internal affairs groups investigates bias policing complaints and also is involved with the mediation program and with minor discourtesies. Within internal affairs, our complaint investigative division investigates theft, criminal conduct unbecoming, sexual battery, CORE violations, financial dishonesty, excessive force, unlawful search and seizures. Our administrative investigative division investigates dishonesty, bias policing, unauthorized force, domestic violence, workplace retaliation, command staff complaints, with the exception of complaints against the chief of police. Our special operations division investigates complaints involving integrity checks, workman comp fraud, and it also conducts intelligence, internal surveillance. Our complaint classification unit investigates complaints related to force investigative division. They also investigated crank or chronic complainants, and also where the officer accused is unknown. Our chain of command investigations, which are the division, goal is to complete investigation within 5 months. The time doesn't begin until our complaint classification unit classifies and assigns the case. However, the statute date is not affected. The actual average adjudication and service time for the completed investigation for 2017 was 5.9 months. In 2019, it was 5.59 months, and in 2019, it was 6.4 months. In terms of tracking, the divisions and bureaus have independent tracking systems. Notification of the complaint file intake is completed by our administrative review section. Our administrative review sections completes weekly reports on Mondays to assist with tracking. They'll send emails to all the divisions with statute dates that are coded. There'll be 4 months alerts, 61 to 90-day alerts, as well as 31 to 60-day alerts. And the red coding would be for 30-day alerts. Our internal affairs investigation goal is to complete investigations within 5 months. The time doesn't begin until our complaint classification unit classifies and assigns the case. However, it doesn't begin until it doesn't affect the statute date. Our actual average time for completing investigations for 2017 for internal affairs was 6.44 months. In 2018, 5.94 months. And in 2019, 6.2 months. Our 5-month contact letter is sent to in the event that the case takes more than 5 months to complete. Our internal affairs and group investigations tend to be complex with multiple witnesses and accused officers. Our statute of limitations to complete our investigations is 1 year from the time of discovery from the uninvolved supervisor. The statute is told in certain situations, which include criminal investigations, member waives 1 year, criminal investigations is multi-jurisdictional. There's more than one employee and a reasonable extension is warranted. Employees incapacitated or otherwise unavailable. There's civil litigation, employee is named as a defendant, criminal litigation where their employee is named as a defendant, or workman compensation fraud. The District Attorney Justice System Investigative Division process. They review criminal complaints, which take an average of 6 months for JCID to review for filing or reject decisions. During the investigative process, the commanding officer may assign an officer home pending investigations that involve creating a hostile work environment, criminal in nature, no public contact, lack of faith in ability of the employee, or high risk and liability. Our bias policing mitigation program goal is to complete the investigations or the mediation within 45 days. If it's not completed within 45 days, it's reassigned to our Administrative Investigative Review Division within 90 days. All cases are counted within the year the case is closed within our complaint management system. Our complaint mediator coordinator maintains separate database in our internal affairs group with monthly statistics. Our administrative review section creates, maintains, stores an ACTS folder with all the physical documentation for each complaint file. Our administrative review section completes weekly reports on Monday to assist with tracking the statute dates and the code systems. With the 4-month alert, 61 to 90-day alert, 30 to 60-day alert, as well as the 30-day alert. Our administrative service of complaint investigations. Our administrative review section sends completed complaint investigations to the division via the Bureau with return time frame for adjudication and service to employees. Generally 30 days for adjudication and service. The commanding officer of the area where the alleged misconduct was reported adjudicates and recommends classification and penalty if applicable. The standard of proof of evidence for all allegations is 51%. Our Skelly response provides the employee up to 30 days for the officer to respond. The commanding officer will read and evaluate the information to determine if the classification will change. A document is addressed to Internal Affairs Group if applicable. Also, a reply letter is addressed to the complainant, is created and signed for the commanding officer pending the review and closeout process. Our review and evaluation section reviews all complaint investigations and adjudications for the department, sworn and civilian. The adjudications disciplinary system classifications. For sustained, it's no penalty, admonishment, official reprimand, suspension, demotion, suspension and demotion, border rights, termination, on probation, unfounded, exonerated, not resolved, or insufficient evidence to adjudicate. Adjudications for non-disciplinary classifications include policy and procedure, action did not rise to the level of misconduct, demonstrably false, department employee not involved, or alternate complaint resolution, or it's mediated. Actions could be different. Under actions could be different counseling, training, comment card, notice correct deficiencies, or referral. Our review and evaluation prioritizes investigations based on whether they're sustained, a statute case, or bias policing. Internal Affairs Group reviews all bias policing, command staff, and sustained complaints. And they're prioritized based on the statute, whether they're sustained, bias policing, or command staff is involved. The case analysis team meets every Monday, and every Monday we brief all sustained complaints for a presentation to the Chief of Police. Review it also for possible settlement. Settlement cases are reviewed at the request of the Chief of Police, Internal Affairs Group, attorney for the accused, or the commanding officer of the area. The outcome of the settlements, less suspension days, including recommendation of removal, officers can agree to go to behavioral science service section, ombuds office, or they have an alcohol contract, which is 2 to 3 years, and resignation if the contract is broken, is held if the contract is broken. The Chief of Police presentation occurs every Wednesday to determine the disciplinary decision. All sustained complaints with penalties of official reprimand and up to removal are reviewed. Officers are rescheduled for increased penalty, and the statute applies. Review and evaluation closes all cases in complaint management system, with the exception of cases directed or opted to administrative hearings of border rights and administrative appeals. Administrative hearing cases remain open and penalty stays until conclusion of the administrative hearings. For directed and opted boards. For the border rights, directed border rights, the Chief of Police directs removal, relief from duty pending the border rights, directs with proposed penalty up to removal, and may relieve or work with no public contact, suspension up to 22 days, demotion, or suspension and demotion. Officers have 5 days select board if it's personnel service, 10 days to select if certified male. The Chief of Police selects within 5 days if an employee fails to select. On opted boards, officer elects for an opted board of rights. He has a right to a hearing. He or she has a right to a hearing within 30 days, and normally it's waived for employees to prepare a defense. Sworn officer has a choice of the makeup of the board. The board can be sworn in civilian with 2 sworn and 1 civilian, or all civilian board with 3 civilians. Civilian personnel, board of rights, or administrative appeals, you have 1 civilian hearing officer. Regarding administrative appeals, officer has 20 days to select. There's 1 hearing officer and 15 to 30 days to the board to convene. And this is for official reprimands up to 22 days. This for administrative appeals, not subject to a board of rights. Officer has to admit guilt and they're appealing the penalty. At administrative and review section, they send and close out reply letters to the complainant. And at the end of this, the training, evaluation, and management system captures personnel employment history to include discipline, and it's recorded on the disposition of all these complaints are recorded on their work history in the team system. And that concludes the presentation. If you have any questions, I'm prepared to answer your questions.
Thank you, Commander. I'm sure there are questions on the process and procedure that you outlined. I'm happy to take questions from commissioners, but I thought getting to the presentation on the annual complaint report and asking Commander Estridge to stay, and that we'll ask questions at the same time, because I understand, since we also have the complaint report in front of us, we may end up having questions that either he can answer or Deputy Chief Marino, who I understand is presenting next. So Madam Secretary, if you could ask Deputy Chief Marino to come up and present item A, the department's report relative to the annual complaint report for 2019. I'd suggest we hear his presentation and then ask all of our questions, both for the process Commander Estridge just presented and for the specific report that Deputy Chief Marino will be presenting. Welcome, Chief Marino. It looks like you've been brought up to the panel, sir. So when you're ready, open your microphone and your camera if you are
Good
ready.
afternoon, commissioners. Do you hear me?
Yes, we do, Chief.
I don't know if you can see me or not, but I do have my camera on.
We cannot, sir.
Here we go. Give me 1 second, ma'am.
There we go.
Okay, great. Well, good afternoon, commissioners, Madam President. Good afternoon, Chief. For your review and approval is the 2019 annual complaint report. Before I get into the report, I just want to remind you that information that's captured in this report is summarized in terms of year the investigation was closed. Same goes with the allegations framed. So allegations that are listed in this report are categorized when the complaint is nearing its completion rather than at initiation, because on the initiation we're getting a narrative from the complainant, and then during the course of the investigation, the investigators, the IO is gathering information, summarizing and framing those allegations based on that interview. So getting into the report, 3,741 personnel complaints were initiated by the department in 2019. This number is an increase of 6% when we're looking at the prior year. 76% of these complaints that were initiated in 2019 was received from a public source. As Commander Estridge noted, public source complaints can be received via the hotline, correspondence, anything of that nature. People can walk into the public police station front desk and request to have a complaint made. For 2019, the department sustained 416 complaints. Of that number, 96 were as a result of a public complaint. 278 were department-generated complaints. In looking at the top allegation categories, it was noted that neglect of duty, discourtesy, unbecoming conduct were some of the major allegation types that were sustained in 2019. In 2019, 9,676 allegations of misconduct were adjudicated. Now, be mindful that a complaint can have anywhere from one allegation to multiple allegations. And each of these allegations during the adjudication process, they're reviewed and they're adjudicated based on what we know the facts of the matter. So when looking at the 9676 and that were formed and adjudicated in 2019, 46% of those were classified as unfounded, 14% were classified as demonstrably false, 9% were classified as sustained. Now, in looking at the sustained numbers over the past 2 years, 2017 and 2018, the department is on average, that's consistent with what we've been seeing in the last couple of years. However, in 19, we did note that the department saw an increase in sustained no penalty allegations in 2019. So we had 63 complaints involving 58 people. where the department was unable to impose penalty. And this could be due to people that resigned in lieu of penalty being implemented. 20 individuals retired, and then 16 were employees who were previously terminated on other complaints. During 2019, and as a result of body-worn video, the rollout, everybody, all the officers having body-worn video, the Department Internal Affairs Group has seen an increase in the use of body-worn video and digital in-car video during the adjudication process. We saw an increase in the number of sustained complaints. As a result of body-worn video, we've seen that number increase by 10%. And we also seen an increase in unfounded and demonstrably false classifications as a result of body-worn video and digital in-car. We've noted a 64% increase in those types of classifications. In looking at the data in the 2019 report, the department did notice an increase in allegations framed on these following types of allegations that I'm going to talk about: driving while impaired, domestic altercation, a domestic incident, as well as bias policing. However, the department did experience a decrease in unauthorized force allegations in 2019. Now, commissioners, I'd like to just highlight or talk about each of those categories, if you don't mind. In regards to driving while impaired, so in 2019, 31 allegations were sustained in 2019. This was an increase compared to 10 that were sustained in 2018. Discipline was imposed on 28 employees last year regarding driving while impaired allegations. Domestic altercation, the department has seen a 116% increase in the number of allegations framed when compared to the prior year. We sustained 13 allegations compared to 7 in which we sustained in 2018. A domestic incident also saw an increase of 13% when we looked at 2018 numbers. 9 allegations were sustained compared to 4. Now, in regards to bias policing did have an increase of 118 complaints when we compared to the prior year. 399 complaints were initiated in 2019. In 2018, we initiated 281 complaints. 734 allegations were framed based on these complaints that the department received. This is up significantly from 494 allegations that were framed in 2018. Now, we looked at the divisions that accounted for the largest number of allegations in 2019 of bias policing. In Metropolitan Division accounted for 98. Operation commands such as Southwest accounted for 61. Hollywood and Wilshire area accounted for 40. Now, in looking at those numbers for 2020, we wanted to take a look at 2020 numbers to see where the department was in regards to bias policing complaints for the first 6 months of 2020. In looking at those areas that I just noted, Metropolitan Division had a significantly decrease in allegations framed. They went from 98 to the currently, and looking at the first 6 months of this year, they're at 31 allegations. Hollywood area dropped from 40 down to 30. In Southwest and Wilshire area, they didn't even rise to that level of allegations. We noted that Newton area had 33 allegations framed against them in the first 6 months of 2020. Last year, Newton had 34, so they dropped a little bit, but significantly in looking at 2020, these are the highest number of allegations that we've seen so far for this year. As I indicated before, body-worn video, digital in-car video is utilized for the adjudication of complaints. In regards to bias policing complaints, bias policing allegations, this technology was used to adjudicate 249 of the 399 bias policing complaints. The mediation program in which Commander Eskridge talked about was used to adjudicate 35 bias policing complaints in 2019. And then also one of the things that we're working on in regards to the ACR process is to include bias policing complaints in that format, so we can, work towards adjudicating, mediating, and handling those complaints in that manner. Year to date for 2020, 114 complaints have been initiated, and we currently have 204 allegations that are framed. Unauthorized force, as I mentioned earlier, we did have a decrease when we looked at in the number of allegations compared to 2018. We're down 50 allegations. A large majority of the allegations framed, 89%, were a result of a public complaint. This is consistent with the prior years. 19 allegations of unauthorized force were sustained in 2019. This is down significantly from 33 in 2018. And then, year to date, 102 complaints have been initiated in regards to unauthorized force. Of those 102 complaints, 205 allegations have been framed. Now, moving over to the border rights process and what the department did in 2019 in regards to directed border rights. So the department directed 26 employees for removal to a border rights. This number is consistent with what we saw in 2018. In the breakdown of those border rights process, 15 were found guilty, 9 received a lesser penalty, and then 2 were found not guilty. As Commander Eskridge noted earlier in his presentation, employees do have an opportunity to, instead of receiving that penalty of a suspension day, they have an option to opt for a border rights. So in 2019, 16 employees opted for a border rights, and of those 16, 13 of the 16 were found guilty. Commissioners, we looked at a lot of areas that are risk management behaviors. So some of the actions that the department is moving forward with and has been moving forward with in regards to, alcohol related, driving while impaired, risk management issues. The department has made great strides with the employee unions in dealing with alcohol awareness training, prevention. The Risk Management Executive Committee is a good avenue for referrals for employees that have been identified with at-risk behavior. The enhanced training that Police Training and Education Bureau has incorporated in various department training courses to include organizational wellness, leadership, implicit bias, de-escalation, things of that nature is moving forward, and we're seeing an impact on some of the areas in regards to complaints. The different training courses such as supervisor school, the leadership program, peer support program is having good impact on what we're seeing in regards to the way the officers are working and doing their service out in the field. Commissioners, at this point, that concludes my overview of the annual complaint report, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Chief Marino, Commander Eskridge. We appreciate those presentations. I know all the commissioners have a lot of questions. Just indicate to me, Commissioner Soboroff, were you trying to unmute? No, okay. I have a lot of questions, but I don't want to dominate the floor. So why don't we start with another commissioner, and I can always jump in. Questions, commissioners, just let me know if you have questions. Looks like I'm going to give it a start then. Oh, Commissioner Bonner, did you want to begin, sir? Go ahead.
Well, I wanted to begin just maybe with a little discussion about, the questioning and where we're going, because I can just tell you that at least right now, I'm not personally, I'm not prepared to vote to move this forward today. And it's largely because of the volume of questions. I've got about 4 pages of questions myself. And part of that is because, you know, you have those questions about the report itself, but I'm also stepping back and looking at the bigger picture of what we are, or at least what I'm trying to achieve, and what I think the board and the institution is trying to achieve in terms of rebuilding trust and improving accountability and so on. And so a complaint system is a key integral part of that process, you know, so it needs to exude credibility and understanding and transparency and all those things that people need to have a belief into it. So that's why, you know, I need to understand a lot about what Commander Estridge, you know, reviewed, but I've got to go back and look at materials in order to generate potentially more questions. So I'm just pointing out that I do want to, at some point, and I'm do that now or whenever you think is appropriate, I want to run through some of the questions on the most concerning area of bias policing. But I also just wanted to know that it's not my intention to take what could be 2 hours of time simply to get through my questions. And so I'm open to, you know, whatever suggestions you might have as to the most efficient way. And it's not, I think it's different from some of the other reports where there's just, hey, let's just send this back for more consideration. I want to emphasize again the broader effort that I think we're trying to undertake. And that means that we do, I think, need to be very discerning in how we address this. We've talked about not just the underlying system, but we also talked about the report itself and making the report itself more usable and more impactful and those things. And I'm not sure even this report is, you know, is focused on that element of it. So let me just ask you as the chair is what, you know, as I said, I do want to run through a couple of questions on the bias policing, but what your thought would be.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Bonner. And thank you for framing it in that way, because I will say that was, I have some very, similar to Commissioner Bonner, Chief Marino, I have some very specific questions regarding the details of the report. And I don't think any commissioner is taking issues with the report overall. I think where we're coming from, and I think what Commissioner Bonner just framed is about how best to use this report, particularly in this moment in time, to improve the department and positive step forwards to address many of the issues, some of which you've highlighted about steps that the department has highlighted in terms of and specifically on page, the follow-up action that you highlight on page 5 and 6. And deeply appreciate that. But these numbers, they all require a deeper dive of sorts, I think, by all commissioners. So what if I propose this as a procedure, commissioners? What I would like to do is, to the extent you have general questions today of Chief Marino, Commander Estridge, about explaining certain details in the report or broad generalities about where to go from here. I think we can ask that of Chief Marino and Chief Moore. What I would recommend is that we bring this back, allow each commissioner to have their individual meetings to get more details. But I would ask, and I would suggest, Commissioner Bonner, while this is not all use of force related, that it comes back to the use of force committee for us to determine a solid pathway forward for the commission as members of that subcommittee in terms of bringing it back this calendar year, and in terms of having a plan moving forward, a more detailed plan in terms of follow-up action and steps that can be taken by the commission and the department certainly as well. Commissioner Bonner, does that seem in line with what you were thinking, sir?
I think generally, and maybe we come back to also just on the practical point in terms of where to go forward. Maybe we revisit that at following some discussion here. I would say that just adding to what you're saying, I'm observing. I would hope that the council and others have a similar interest in terms of the set of issues generally. And so even on that basis alone, from my standpoint, one thing that we'll want to consider is whether this is a relatively ministerial transmittal, you accept and approve, transmit the report, or does it also come with some additional commentary and thoughts from the commission itself as to what do we think of it? How do we think not just the report, but the system can be improved? So anyway, so however we kind of package that, I think is worthwhile, but as long as we don't think that we'll be able to zip it all up today.
Yes, and I think that's fair. There is the report itself, which, but it's what to do with it. I think that is the broader issue and our role as commissioners in terms of doing oversight. So what if I ask each commissioner, to the extent you have questions, to take, if I could put time limits on all of us, so you prioritize your questions. I would ask no longer than 10 minutes. You can take shorter, of course, but with the understanding that we're going to do more in terms of the bigger picture involved.
Is that 10 minutes for the question, or does the response also?
I knew as a lawyer, Mr. Bonner, that you would ask that question, as all good lawyers would. It's 10 minutes total. So yes, there can be a filibuster, but then you can interrupt the filibustering of any answer.
Okay. Well, I will start then, and I'll say that I'm not then going to really try to go through too many details.
Well, before you begin, I'm sorry, Mr. Bonner, it looked like Mr. Soboroff wanted to make a comment.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll make it easy, because I think that the process that you've outlined is a good process. So I'm going to hold my questions pending each of the commissioners having their private discussions or their discussions with areas in the department where they need to, instead of us doing everything over an extended period of time.
Agreed.
So I'll waive my time.
And that I appreciate that, Mr. Soboroff. And I think to the extent commissioners want to ask broad-based questions that could apply to, that we can all learn from, that might be the better focus for today. So, but you're free to waive your questions with the understanding, and I hope the department understands that we all view this report as very important. I know you do too. The department originally asked for this to be agendized back in August and then wanted to give greater context to it. And I certainly appreciate that. I think that helped greatly. And I think the commission just wants to put equal time and value on the report itself. So with that, Commissioner Bonner, why don't you start us off, sir?
Sure. My big picture comment and question is that, at least in my experience, when you have a complaint system, one of the, it's part of accountability, but it's also to improve service that you're providing. History kind of shows that you need at least three key things. This is my standard, but I'm going to be using at least initially, and maybe you want to propose others. But a system has to have some risk for officers, like in this case, there has to be some detection risk, some risk. They have to know that there's a system and there's some risk that if there is misconduct, it'll be detected. Number two, you have to have some reporting risk, some clear understanding that not only is it going to be detected, but there's some risk of that behavior being reported, so that you then hopefully not engage in that conduct. And then third, some sanction risk, some idea that if there is misconduct, it's detected, it's reported, and that there may be some sanction. So to me, and I'm going to just still focus then on the question, on the bias policing question, is what do you really make then of a situation where you have over 3 years, 1,742 allegations of bias policing and 0 sustained? To me, I just first wanted just a question of, is that really, what does that say to you about how well the system is either detecting, that kind of misconduct? Is it really capturing enough reports in the right ways? And how does it have any credibility in terms of potential sanction against bias policing if just where the current data rests right now?
So if I could weigh in on that, just briefly, I think, first of all, your accountability, your whole system of risk detection, reporting, and sanction is an accountability system, to your point of this. And I think that this system, the current model we have, has been refined over the last decade to, first of all, detect risk, that we would actually have a process where supervisors would be required on scene, and that we would, and if there's any utterance of a biased policing, that we would have a risk of being discovered, and that there'd be an absolute conformance to reporting and investigating that. And then that if it's found that it did occur, that there'd be zero tolerance. There's no safe harbor for that. I think the system, and it has been refined over time with oversight by the Inspector General's office, by the development of body-worn video, digital in-car video, by the efforts of just how do we ensure that our investigations are forthright. And in the report, I wanted to draw attention to the fact that anytime this
can't go too far because you're eating my time.
Right, so sorry. I just want to say it's been tested also by the Inspector General, and that this is a dilemma within law enforcement, that the model, we continue to seek a better model to do the detection.
Okay, so then putting that aside for a minute, let me just ask you generally, Chief Marino, Chief Moore, anyone, do you believe that there are incidents of bias policing and that occur in the department, within the department?
Yes, I think that as the entire profession we hire from the community, we have members of our folks who fall short and inside implicit bias. We have trained and we've talked and we develop and we recognize our own biases. We all carry them. And so are there instances in which an officer may have engaged in a bias policing matter? I'm not naive and believe that there's not. I have officers who have fallen short. It's wrong. The key is how can we detect it?
Yeah. Okay. So I would hope that at least you would agree that there's a lot of work to do to understand why it's not being captured, if it's not in fact, and why you continue to have zero sustained complaints and allegations in this category, right? I mean, if you believe that there's some, I'm not saying how much is out there and so on, I'm just saying if we believe that it's a fact of life, then you got to believe a system that never detects it. It needs some correction.
I think there's, I'm going to frame this in a way that is responsive, but also that is articulating how hard this organization has strove to find that system. I don't know of another law enforcement agency in America today that has gone to the extent that we have, and we will continue to go to detect any individual who falls short and breaks our core values. Respect for people, there's no integrity, there's no absence for it or allowance for it, the absence of it. And I'm looking for that better mousetrap. We all are to give an officer a fair and a fair test and examination, and if they're found falling short, to hold them accountable. But at the same time, I think the last issue, when you have 60% of complaints that are proven to be unfounded, demonstratively false, this issue of the pure volume of allegations, I don't buy that bias either. Just because there's so many instances of people saying it happened, that there must be some instance. I think I go back to your earlier point.
All right, so I think there's a lot of discussion there at some point as well. But in my view, one of the things that I do need to dig into in great detail also is just going back to the policy of what is the definition of bias policing, and so we understand how much that may influence not only what's coming in, but what goes out. I need to understand things like the categorization of unfounded. Basically is when the act did not occur. Well, it's hard for me to understand bias, at least me, understand bias policing itself as, quote, an act that someone can say either did or didn't occur. I smacked someone or I didn't. Okay, that occurred or didn't. But in my view, someone's bias policing or even your perception of bias policing could be as much about demeanor, behavior, other certain types of certain elements that are not captured in an explicit act that someone may capture on body-worn video or someone may read on a piece of paper. So I think we probably are going to need a more sophisticated understanding of what it is that we're trying to detect. You know, some of it may be the traditional that we've been talking about, but a fair amount of it probably is not. And so we need to make sure that we've got a system that screens for and captures the right type of activity, because otherwise you could calibrate it as it is now And you could, for years, turn out the same result and say, oh, well, it's just not there. But what you're looking for may be not properly calibrated. But let me close at least with this question. And again, this doesn't really do justice to the pages and pages that I stayed up most of the night preparing. But I guess the question that I would ask in terms of the system generally is, when was the last time that there was a sustained allegation of bias policing?
I'll go back. I believe it was 2013 or 14, relative to traffic stops involving a motor officer in the central part of the city that was stopping individuals and then misclassifying their ethnicity.
And that's probably the one that comes to mind, or was there some other period in time when?
I think in the last decade, I believe our ability to prove and fairly, to prove the evidence that supports that this actions were biased and biased on a basis of race or other discrimination was, I think it's that case and maybe one or two others similarly based, where an officer gamed the system and falsified records in an effort to shield their activity.
I think so. Just to close it out here, I'd say that one, I just, on the surface of it, I would hope that reasonable people would agree that it's on the surface of it, it's simply just not credible to have the one, and there may be some others. I saw 2 or 3 others that had zero sustainability, but also zero complaints or allegations, or maybe 3 or 4 allegations and 0 complaints. I didn't see any other categories where there were substantial numbers of allegations and 0 them sustained. Now, to me, that's why just on the surface of it, it's not a credible figure or a credible structure. Now, maybe I can be convinced otherwise, but I just also say that I think one of maybe many reasons for that is tied to what I mentioned a minute ago, is that if you're looking for some sort of litigious type activity that someone can say, oh yes, we captured that on video and it did or didn't happen, then which warrants the years of process and appeals and all that other kind of stuff, maybe then you could say, yeah, that's why when we ran all that through the screen, we really didn't find it. But I think there's also, when you're thinking about people's feelings of being disrespected and how they're approached and so on, there's probably also another layer of activity, which is inappropriate and certainly not the best approach that needs to be addressed in some way, but perhaps with the spirit of seeking compliance and improvement, where you want to detect it, you want people to be able to report it when it happens, to have the satisfaction of knowing that the officer was made aware of it, have the officer own the fact that they were made aware of it, have an opportunity to improve it. And there's probably a layer of that activity, which again, I think of just as compliance, that where the goal is compliance and improvement, as opposed to penalty and punitive nature. If you're lumping too much in that latter category, I think you're likely to continue to produce the same result of where you're saying, here's a lot of stuff that may have happened, but it didn't warrant some penalty as it's historically defined. So I just want to explore that as we continue the conversation. I want to explore that concept as well, because we may find that there's a different way of defining bias policing in a way that where it can be better reported, better understood, and better addressed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bonner, and thank you for self-monitoring your 10-minute marker. Do appreciate that. I will ask Mr. Tiefang to assist me in monitoring my 10-minute marker so that I don't go over. But I'm just going to pick up a little bit on what Commissioner Bonner was highlighting, because in addition to reviewing this particular report, I did review some past reports of the department, the annual reports, I should say. But I also went to other police departments to look at their numbers to try and get a sense of whether, particularly on bias policing, on whether those numbers were inconsistent. And I don't want to pretend that I did a comprehensive review, but I only found one police department that has found made a determination about bias policing as a result of a complaint. I believe that was the DC Police Department. and they did issue a written decision on that, which I'm going through. But I would ask, for purposes of the conversation I would like to have in the future, is to find out, to ask the department to compare itself to other departments. What are the best practices, both from a policing perspective, an academic perspective, police research institutes, any, there are many institutions that are reviewing this problem of bias policing complaints being filed and zero being sustained. It is not simply an issue that the LAPD has faced. So I'd like to take a broader view of what is the research as a preliminary matter showing us. What are policing institutes finding? What's academia? What is the standard, the best model to be following today, and what alternatives are there? I am particularly interested, as Commissioner Bonner, I think, alluded to in the latter portion of his remarks, is maybe addressing these through traditional investigations is not the right way to go. Maybe there is no proof, but I'd like to hear about what alternatives are there. We have mediation, it seems like, in a very low number of cases where bias policing are alleged. Training, other ways to address these complaints that might prove to be far more productive rather than a punitive system. I think we should explore that in great length, because I know the commission for years, long before I joined, has always questioned, had problems with, lamented on zero sustained cases when it comes to bias policing. And I do think the public is rightfully concerned about that, and we have to address it perhaps in a very different way than has been in the past, but it's our obligation to do so. So I would ask that you, and I suspect Chief Marino, you'll be in charge of this, review the alternative models, and when we bring the matter back, to be prepared to talk about that. But rather than use my entire time for comments, I do want to ask some very basic questions. Fundamentally, have you identified, or are you aware, or can you state the causes, what you believe the increase in the number of cases has been, not just in the past year, but it looks like over the past 5 years, in total number of complaints being filed? Just fundamentally, is there something you attribute that to? I'd like to understand that a little better. Chief Marino or Chief?
Well, I believe first of all, that we've, over the last 5 years, I've seen an increased diligence. We've had some failures of people to identify instances and where people were expressing a complaint. They felt the actions of the officer were biased. And we've had some failures on either officers self-identifying and or supervisors bringing that to our attention. And we've held those personnel accountable with sanction. Secondly, I look at relations between police and our communities over the last 5 years across the country and here locally. And I think that there's more a more openness, a sense, and perhaps strategies, the way we've policed in the city, being interpreted as being biased and overly harsh and suppressive and discriminatory towards communities. That's why I'm pleased that when we shifted last year in 2019, the role of Metro, particularly to the bias policing reports, and this here, those complaints go down substantially this year, as far as they have, I believe is signals that we are looking for strategies that reduce the instances in which people will have that perception.
Thank you, Chief. I'm trying to be as mindful as time as Commissioner Bonner was. I would just like to also preview for you, because I don't think I did that adequately, that there are many other areas in the report that I have questions on. False statements, neglect of duty, DUI, Chief Marino, that you referenced, domestic altercation, domestic incidents, and just to highlight for you that it's not just the bias policing issue that I think we should explore, but some of these other areas. And I wonder, Chief Moore, because you did, I think Chief Marino explained how you, as a department, are using these numbers, this report, to try and pivot and use the data in order to improve. And we didn't give you, I don't think, a chance, Chief Moore, if you wanted to add anything to what Chief Marino said. And if you want to use the rest of my time to answer that, I would certainly understand.
Well, I thank you. I think the criticality is that when we see, and first of all, I'm looking forward to us having more dynamic timing of the delivery of this, because recognizing the last 6 months, or the first 6 months of 2020, that is where the nose of the ship is going, and I want to be able to be more dynamic. We saw in 19 the increase in regards to DUI, and we began, I'm proud of the organization's efforts to have command awareness, to have education, to also ensure that there is appropriate sanctions and penalties. And I think we're seeing the impact of that on numbers as we go this year. Similarly, with the facts of when we look at mediation, this has been a topic to this commission. I think Commissioner Soboroff, you were here. Mr. Smith was here about earlier efforts regarding bias policing and us to expand the role of alternate dispute resolution and to expand the utility of mediation. And to Commissioner Decker, your point about really making, how do we sense it, Commissioner Bonner? And then what do we do about it? And is the sanction the right method? Is the stick the right method in this, if we're trying to change behavior and change the perception of law enforcement? That's where mediation and alternate dispute resolution was, I think, the value and the power is. And we saw a slight increase with 35 instances this last year in 19. I would like to see those be in the hundreds. And I believe that when both sides of a dispute, of a perception, when they have an opportunity to come together with cooler heads and do so relatively in close contact to the allegation when it's formed, I think that's where we offer the best opportunity for all of us to improve, including the behavior. You know, there's 55 officers that have 2 or more complaints of implicit bias. We want to look at those individual behaviors. To Commissioner Bonner's point, what are the nonverbal or verbal behaviors that lead one to believe you're doing this because I'm Black, you're doing this because I'm brown, because I'm LGBTQ? And the officer may say, well, I have every right to ask that question, but what about the timing of it and the manner in which it's posed? I think that our looking at officers with multiple allegations is important to us get a finer detailed look at what behaviors that we can change. But I also believe that the behavior of then having them sit down with complainants and both hearing and seeing each other from a different viewpoint, including watching the body-worn video together and other digital evidence to understand perhaps maybe a different lens. The way they're snapshotted in their mind, both on the officer's point as well as the violator, they may have a perception about how the operation actually went when the video may offer greater insight.
Thank you, Chief. And I will only say in concluding my remarks is when I did a review of other departments, I also looked up their policy against bias policing. And I would suggest Chief Marino, and I'm happy to share the links to all those policies that I found online, that I think it's time for us as a commission and the LAPD to look at its current policy, and it's a good time to modernize it. There's a lot more detail in some other policies that I think would benefit this department. But I think I just wanted to give you a preview of the direction that I'm going, that I think the policy as well needs revamping so that it's very clear and specific for officers of the standards to which they'll be held, as well as for the public to understand that the department and the commission are taking this very seriously. And through a written policy, that's just one way to do it. So thank you. Commissioner Kalanche, you're free to use your 10 minutes like Commissioner Bonner and I did, or if you want to defer as Commissioner Soboroff did, your choice.
I will just take maybe 1 minute. So thank you for wanting to extend the amount of time that we give this information in this report. I was really overwhelmed by just like understanding the policies and also looking at the report. So I'm glad that we're going to take more time to dig deeper. All I have to say is that I'm very interested, obviously, in the bias policing, but also understanding that biases are also seen or experienced differently from people that have suffered a history of trauma. So I think it's very unlikely that the way that a department might see a bias would be the same as a community that has a history of trauma and violence would see it. So I think that it's not as black and white as we think. So I look forward to seeing the research. I'm also very interested in the domestic altercation. I think that we need to take into consideration that what may be happening at home can then lead to how we police, communities. So I think that that needs to be taken seriously as well. But just to wrap up, I think I would just say that I'm really happy that we're going to take the time to think about the policies and how we collect data. And also the other thing, before I forget, was the mediation. I'm actually curious to find out the race and geography of those that did participate in mediation. I would assume that it wouldn't necessarily be communities of color, but I might be mistaken. But yes, just look forward to having more dialogue and seeing what the rest of the commissioners bring forward.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Chief Marino, Commander Estridge, thank you both very much for your presentations today, and to your team for putting together this report. We very much appreciate it, and I hope you understand our questions reflect the significance through which we view your work. So thank you for everything that you're doing, but we will continue to hone in on this. I will ask you, Mr. Tiefank, to help coordinate scheduling commissioners' individual briefings with Chief Marino and his team, whoever he designates, if need be, and get those scheduled hopefully within the next 2 weeks. I'd like to try to bring this back for further discussion, hopefully by the end of November, early December. That would be my goal. And so, commissioners, I would ask you to do your independent due diligence and education outside of the board meeting. Commissioner Bonner and I will also have a conversation in the use of force committee forum in order to talk about next steps. And the goal will be to bring it back late November, early December. Mr. Tiefank, did you get all that, sir? Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Chief Marino, Chief Estridge, Madam Secretary, you can excuse them from the room with our thanks. And commissioners, we have one more item on the regular agenda. That would be item 3C, the department's report on the memorandum agreement between the Transportation Department and LAPD. Were there questions from commissioners? I believe that were there? I don't know if there are. Yes, there are. If you could bring Deputy Chief Chow, who I believe is in queue, up for questions from the commission regarding this memorandum of agreement. And we'll give the board secretary a moment to call him up.
Madam President, he was logged on earlier. I don't see him on there as of now. Give me just 1 second.
Sure thing. Commissioner Bonner, Chief Moore, are you familiar with this, the memorandum? Why don't we begin and see if you're able to answer any of those questions?
Yeah, and I think probably the chief is probably best suited, at least it's some policy.
Oh, very good, very good.
Question really anyway. I think just to getting to the point, the main area of concern, question or concern is on the one hand, we're trying, there's the effort within the department, the board, and also the council to try to constrain to some degree the functions and activities the department engages in that are not core to its mission. Now, I understand the policing element of this, but I need some help trying to harmonize this also with, since this is LADOT, which I believe you are or should be talking with at some point about traffic enforcement and potentially moving some functions in their direction. I think that's what I'm trying to understand is really how is this relationship being calibrated and where is this going on the one hand, where you may be sending some activity and functions their direction where it looks like they're just sending other things the other way. And in that regard, in particular, for example, is I saw the reference to the HOPE team, and you heard the comments earlier about the mental health issues that people encounter around stations and things of that nature. So is DOT also going to have some, or is the department also going to have some opportunity to train DOT employees as to how to undertake some of those activities and functions in their own? Because on that specific point in the mental health, this just has the feel it has the potential of making that potential problem worse, where you're, so if you could give me some assurance along those lines, I'd appreciate it.
This says, in this spring, thank you, Commissioner, and this sprang from years ago, issues of safety, operator safety and community sentiment as to the safety of the riding public on Department of Transportation dash buses, both in the downtown area as well as in some of these other specific express lines, and the request by DOT for added deployments by police officers to assure operators of those buses and those dash lines of their safety, and to have a presence that would deter people from committing acts of violence or vandalism or jeopardizing the operator's safety. To your point, and it's proven quite successful in improving the safety of the commuter as well as the operator. To your point of us training them how to fish, so to speak, how to deal with and de-escalate situations and be effective rather than requiring an officer there. Item number 3 on LAPD responsibilities under item B, page 2, articulates the training on a quarterly basis in support of the operator and customer safety. Prevention and de-escalation of operator-rider conflicts has been a past focus. Further training, future training needs may vary. And this, there's a passing reference to counter-terrorism training, but that is less of a concern to what your point and mine is, which is individuals experiencing homelessness, people who may be having mental health crises and challenges, and how those interplay with operator safety, a sense of operator safety, as well as rider safety. So I spoke with Ms. Reynolds as recently as about less than a month ago relative to their continued desire for us to provide this service. And at the same time, I spoke with her about the council's desire that we transfer enforcement actions to Department of Transportation, and her response to that request or that observation that they have neither the staffing and at this point don't see a role for them in traffic enforcement beyond the current role that they have. Now, these will be ongoing conversations as general managers have them, and under the leadership of Mayor Garcetti in the city, role definition by DOT currently is asking us to add to their safety of their operators and to the commuter public by having our presence there. I think that the administration of it has shown that those things are improved. And I think that the encounters with people experiencing mental illness and other crisis communications, our people have done well. And I'm also encouraged that there's a provision here for us to improve the operator, their knowledge of how to de-escalate and operate in our absence, because this does not provide an omnipresence. This level of staffing is solely for the most chronic issues and the most challenging circumstances to their operator or rider safety. So this is not meant to be anywhere near comprehensive, given the number of routes that they're on.
And does the department now, based on the historical arrangement, or currently, do you capture data on the number of interactions with people who are experiencing either homelessness or some mental health issue?
Well, I'm sure there are metrics behind this. You've now gotten into an area that I have not seen a specific data sheet as I reviewed this matter, and as you know, it's not as you may see in the contract. But I'm confident that there are activity levels as far as what officers are doing, and I can circle back with you with the commander or the deputy chief on what that actually is done. Shows like.
Chief, I don't know if you can hear me. I'm sorry. This is Blake Chow.
Oh, there you go.
We can answer that question. I have Gus Murrah here with me. Sorry, we're a little bit late. We had something going on in North Hollywood. Yes, we do keep metrics on the number of contacts that we make with all the riders on the system. as well as all the operators and also the yard supervisors. We can provide that to you at your request.
Okay, and to clarify, what I'm asking specifically is, of those interactions, do you know how many of them involve someone who is experiencing homelessness or mental health issue?
We don't have the numbers available right now in front of us right now, but we can provide that to you.
Yeah, I would. Well, I would hope, because what I'll be looking for is some assurance that either that data is being maintained now, and if not, I'll be asking at some point in the future to make sure that we build it into the arrangement, either formally or however is appropriate.
No, we have, yeah, we do keep the data because that's one of the key performance indicators that we report back to DOT every month. And also wanted to also let the commission know that we're meeting with DOT once a month. As you could read in the MOA, she had requested that this be a monthly, a month-by-month service. So what that really means is we're going to meet with DOT once a month and kind of evaluate the type of service we're providing for them, and then make changes based upon what their desire is.
Yeah, I'm glad you raised that, because that was kind of my next or last area of inquiry, really, was what's behind the month-to-month element of it. And in particular, to the degree it's for security, but also community policing services. The question, and I know this is not CSP, but in terms just under the rubric of community policing, that's generally, you know, some effort to know the people who are on the system and be familiar with the system, who rides it, what they're and those kinds of things, and just the question of whether a month-to-month arrangement has the potential to disrupt that, you know, opportunity. So if you could, one, what's behind the month-to-month, but also is it practical to achieve the goals of community policing on a month-to-month basis?
Yeah, yes, I believe that it is. Currently, you know, with the MOA, as you can see, that when school was in session, the officers were making, the emphasis was really to deploy to where the schools were when kids were getting out of school and going to school. And then we also have deployment that is based on doing outreach to individuals that are experiencing homelessness. So for example, there was one day a week where we put our officers that work the HOPE team on the line so that we could make sure that we were reaching out to people that are experiencing homelessness for services and things like that. So what Salita Reynolds had wanted to do was meet once a month and just talk about what was the emphasis of the service this month, and do we want to tweak it? Do we want do we want to expand the outreach in the homelessness area, or do we want to expand the outreach in another area, or do we want more emphasis on the community-based type programs that the senior lead officers do? So definitely it's not a one and done thing for us. We're going to be working with DOT and kind of modifying what our type of service is based upon what we're seeing and also what their desire is.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Just lastly, just a comment for the deputy chief is, I had the opportunity to understand this a little more detail as it relates to the MTA services, and there's a likelihood that I'll want to spend some time also to understand the similar services with LADOT.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner Bonner. Other questions from commissioners? Commissioner Kalanche, please.
Really quick question. Deputy Chief Chow, the officers that are assigned to this DOT, I guess, project, are they permanently assigned to them, or is this OT or?
No, Commissioner, this is an overtime detail, much like we do with the Metropolitan Transit Authorities, rail and bus. So we have one sergeant too that is funded by this bond or this proposition that is permanently assigned to transit services, and he's the one that actually schedules the details. So the officers are hired on an overtime basis.
Do you normally get the same officers if you're trying to build community and strengthen relationships with folks that are riding transit? Do you get a lot of the same officers that are participating?
Well, the actual details are, and this holds true for the MTA details. They're put on our coast system so that the officers are assigned the details. It's kind of random, so that one group of officers doesn't get more details than the other. But what we do find is that a lot of the officers that are working these details, there's a core group of officers that put in for the details quite regularly. So when they do come out and work on the line, although the day that they may work is actually can change, but the officers, the core group of officers do come out and work are pretty much sometimes the same ones. And the supervisors, though, that are assigned to this detail are pulled from a cadre, so that group of people is the same.
Okay, thank you.
I just would add to that, Commissioner. I trust Transit Services Bureau and Deputy Chief and his command staff. They have we've disallowed people who sign up for this and have the wrong if they're not conforming to whether it be whatever transit, bus, rail, dash. We want an engagement, a compassionate approach to this. This is not we want people who are engaging rider as well as operator. And we've had some shortfalls in that from time to time, and those individuals are no longer part of the cadre.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Commissioner Kalanchi. Commissioner Soboroff, looked like you had a question, sir.
Sure. Chief Arcos or Chief Moore, can you give us a little historical context? I mean, before LAPD got involved in this thing, there was, I don't want to say chaos, but it was quite an experience to go on these public transportation and these trains and subways and red lines and orange lines. And it's my understanding, because I think I was here, we were drafted into it. The public wasn't happy with the way things were going. And can you give a little bit of a before and after context into what the public perception and the public safety is now in riding these lines versus what it was before we were involved?
Commissioner, this is Blake Chow.
Oh, Blake, I'm sorry.
No worries. I don't know why my picture's not up there. I'm not technically
I think
savvy.
you're on the other screen. You sounded like.
To give you a context of just the broader public transportation system, we took over the public transportation. Well, we didn't take it over, but the MTA went to a multi-agency model in 2017, and before that, it was exclusively with the LA County Sheriffs. Some of the things that were going on the line were quality of life issues, which I think is probably really the most important thing that we find on the line, is that we have to create a sense of safety for the ridership and the operators. And when people ride the line, they want to be able to feel like they're going to be able to get from point A to point B, in an atmosphere of safety. So there was a lot of issues going on with narcotics dealing, and there was vending going on the trains and that type of thing. So the answer to that really, and to create that atmosphere of public safety, really is to have a lot of officers very visible on the system, which was really the model that LAPD began in 2017 with the MTA contract. And just, I know crime statistics don't tell the whole story, but part of this, what I'm about to say is related to the decrease in ridership with COVID. But we're down about 30% in violent crime compared to last year, and down about 50% in Part 1 crimes on the line compared to last year. But that was a trend that started even before we had we went into the stay-at-home orders, and that was a trend that we saw starting last year. So the quality of life piece, I believe, has been much improved. We do we do surveys with the riders, and overwhelmingly MTA has done surveys where the ridership feels that safer than they did up in the 70 percentile compared to what it used to be. As far as the DOT issue is concerned, that we actually started this contract on July 1st, 2015, and the last MOA, the one that if approved is going to be replacing it, ended in June 30th, 2020. But we take the same emphasis and philosophy that we use on the MTA lines on the Department of Transportation lines. It's high visibility, officers engaging in conversations with riders, with operators, with the yard supervisors, and just really being visible so that we create this feeling of safety for people that are using the system.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner, did you have further questions?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for that clarification that this is sustaining services, not expanding it. That's an important point to make. Were there other questions from commissioners? I think everyone proceeded. Commissioners, as we were calling this matter up, I did recall that I neglected to ask Mr. Tiefenk earlier to summarize the public comment. And this matter reminded me of that because we did get some public comment specifically on this matter. Therefore, Mr. Tiefenk, could you summarize the public comment we received before today's meeting, not just on this matter, but any other matter?
Yes, Commissioner, I'll be happy to. I'll start with this matter, if that's okay with you. As to this matter, we received 28 comments, all with the same verbiage. I wholeheartedly reject the new contract the LAPD has with LA Department of Transportation. I want less funding going to LAPD and less contacts with the public. Though the COVID-19 pandemic has kept me from riding the bus as frequently as I used to, the Metro is one of my favorite parts of Los Angeles. Please do not ruin it with a police presence. Seeing more cops on the bus would not make me feel safer. I do not want more cops on buses. I do not want undercovers and decoys on buses and at bus stops. I especially do not want more cops around school kids. Instead, I want funding taken from the LAPD's budget and redirected to the LA DOT so they can expand train lines, upgrade buses, and get dedicated bus lanes, make transit free, and pay Metro operators more. They're the true heroes of this city. Would you like to take action on this item first before I go to the other comments, ma'am?
Yes, Mr. Tiefenk, thank you. I greatly appreciate that. Members of the commission, the recommended board action is to approve the department's report and transmit to the mayor and city council. I will move that matter forward. Is there a second? Is there a second from any? Mr. Soboroff, was that Commissioner Soboroff seconds it? All in favor, please open your microphones so we can vote. All in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Very good. It passes 4-0. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chief Chow, for attending. And now we do see you, sir, at the end. Welcome and goodbye.
Thank you.
We'll see you next time. Thank you for your presentation, sir. Mr. Tiefenk, could you finish up on the remainder of public comment we received?
Sure. As to general public comment, I implore you to immediately end the 45-minute limit imposed on public comment. I demand that you immediately open up public comment so everyone has an opportunity to speak openly and freely. I've told you before that this is statistics. An average of 15 people does not constitute a representative sample from a city of approximately 4 million people. We received 28 of those comments. Relative to item 3A, which you continued, there were 28 comments received on that item. Out of 734 complaints of bias policing against LAPD, the LAPD found that 0 of them were justified. Any other organization that investigated itself in this manner would have their own data thrown out, as this is a blatant conflict of interest. The LAPD should not investigate themselves for anything, including when Angelenos rightfully claim bias policing. The LAPD's own data shows racial profiling and violence. Complaints against LAPD must be met with independent investigations. The LAPD should be held to the same standards as universities, scientific researchers, nonprofit organizations, and literally every other entity in the entire U.S. Another public comment was received, and there were 133 of these public comments with the, again, same verbiage. Dear Commissioners, I have paid taxes, worked and served in Los Angeles since 1989. I am writing to express my serious concern over the current state of our city. As we follow the crime statistics in the Chief's report each week, we are witnessing unprecedented spikes in violence that make me fear for the safety and future of my family. It is abundantly clear that defunding the Los Angeles Police Department has been a failure on every level. This commission must take notice of what has occurred in other large cities. In Minneapolis, city council members have publicly stated that they regret voting for defunding and dismantling their police department after crime, and especially homicides, have increased to frightening levels. Likewise, Portland's police commissioner has stated that their defunding was a mistake after shootings and homicides in Portland have hit a 30-year high. We're witnessing the same in Los Angeles, as reported by NBC. Shootings have increased by 21% and homicides 25% over last year. These lives matter. Clearly removing $150 million from the police budget, resulting in reduction of 500 personnel, is having a disastrous effect on public safety. The cries from the anti-police groups to dismantle the Metro Division at a time when serious violence in our city has hit critical levels is simply absurd. Increasing funding, visibility, and proactive policing is more necessary today than it ever has been. Our children's lives and futures depend on these officers. I ask you take the safety of my family seriously and do right by the people of Los Angeles by supporting the LAPD and Chief Moore. As to item 4A1, the officer involved shooting involving Mr. Flores, we received 37 comments on that particular matter. Alex Flores was executed by LAPD officer Stephen Ruiz last November. All too often, while a family is left grieving a murdered son, brother, and uncle, the LA Police Commission rules the matter in policy. This is not oversight. The Police Commission should absolutely be ashamed that they pretend they are speaking on the community's behalf while enabling the murderer of Angelinos like Alex by the LAPD. We had a total of 176 comments come in. Some were individual. Those were the highlights of the comments that came in.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tiefenk. Appreciate your summary of those comments. A few quick comments in return. First of all, thank you all members of the public who wrote in and provided your comment. With respect to funding of the police department, I encourage you to please send your comments as well to the Los Angeles City Council that deals with budgetary matters. The commission will review the cases in closed session. The secretary will send us there shortly. We will review these cases fairly and impartially and in accordance with the law, as we are sworn to do. And for the record, I will state that we did receive the translation of the Flores family, their comments that we will have available to us in closed session. With that, Madam Secretary, will you send us, we will now proceed to closed session. If you could close us out for this portion of the meeting.
The Board of Police Commissioners will now recess into closed session to discuss agenda items 4A1 and 4A2 in accordance with Government Code 54957.
Thank you all. Good afternoon. We'll be getting started as soon as the commissioners are back online. And commissioners, can I ask, we're getting feedback, if you could close your microphones temporarily? I don't see Commissioner Kalanche. I'm not sure if she's joining us for the closeout. Let's begin. Before I ask the executive director to read out our closed session, let me just make a brief comment. Accusations were made during the course of our meeting that there was a mistranslation of a public comment by commission staff. I first want to note that commission staff stepped in admirably to assist the commission in translating comments when the hired translation services technology failed. I'd like to thank the commission staff for stepping in and doing that when we very much needed their help. So thank you. The full translation of comments was read to the commissioners during the closed session, the translation conducted by the official translation service. The translation also indicated to us that members of the public who accused commission staff of providing an inaccurate translation, that accusation was false and unsupported by the official translation. So again, I'd like to thank commission staff for stepping forward and assisting us when we very much needed that assistance. With that, Mr. Tiefank, would you please do a readout of the closed session items?
Yes, Commission has concluded this work in closed session. As to item 4A1, officer involved shooting number 053-19. Tactics, administrative disapproval, 1 Sergeant 1, 1 Detective 1, 2 Police Officer 2. Tactical debrief, 1 Police Officer 2. Drawing and exhibiting, in policy, 1 Detective 1 and 3 Police Officer 2s. Less lethal use of force in policy, 1 Police Officer 2. Lethal use of force in policy, 1 Police Officer 2. Those were the recommendations of the Chief of Police and were unanimously adopted 4-0. Item 4A2, officer involved shooting 055-19. Tactics, administrative disapproval, 2 Police Officer 2s. Tactical debrief, 2 Sergeant 2 and 2 Police Officer 2. Drawing and exhibiting in policy, 4 Police Officer 2s. Non-lethal use of force in policy, 3 Police Officer 2s. Lethal use of force in policy, 1 Police Officer 2. Those are the recommendations of the Chief of Police. They were adopted on a 3-0 vote by the Commission. Commissioner Kalanche recused herself from this matter. That concludes the report.
Thank you. And I'm told Commissioner Kalanche is in the wait room to join the meeting. She was here to close out, but we do have a quorum, so we'll proceed even though she was recused on that last matter. The only matter remaining is to adjourn. Is there a motion for adjournment?
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
And seconded. All in favor? Aye.
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 It passes 3-0. We stand adjourned until our next meeting. Thank you very much.